Kenmore City Council is now in session. Are you ready, Madam Clerk?
We are ready.
Kenmore City Council is now in session. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember File.
Here.
Councilmember O'Kane.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Herbig.
Here.
Mayor Baker.
Here.
Councilmember Marshall.
Present.
Councilmember Kugler.
Here.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
I would expect her shortly, but you'll have to keep track.
Okay.
All right. Kenmore City Council will now adjourn into executive session pursuant to RCW 42.30.1101 subsection B to discuss property acquisition. And we expect the session to last 1 hour and no action is expected. So we will see you in executive session.
Excuse me, Mayor Baker, before we move on, would you
Yeah.
like to temporarily excuse Councilmember Shrubnik until she can join us?
Well, she is excused, but she will be joining us.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For those of us who are still with us, I just want to let you know that the council has just adjourned to an executive session, a closed executive session to discuss real estate acquisition. They imagine that they will be in that executive session for approximately an hour.
Am I in the exec session?
You are not, Mayor Baker.
Oh my goodness, I don't know why I'm not. Bye.
Bye-bye.
No, am I?
Mayor Baker, can you hear me?
I can.
Say that again?
I can.
Oh, very good.
Was there ever a doubt?
I had to test my headphones.
Oh. Madam Clerk, are you ready?
We are.
Kenmore City Council is back in session and we are adjourned from executive session. Next item on our agenda is the flag salute. Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Next item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. If there are no objections, the agenda will stand approved as written. Next item on the agenda is a proclamation. And this is a National Recovery Month proclamation. Whereas behavioral health is an essential part of one's overall wellness, and whereas prevention of mental and substance abuse use disorders works, treatment is effective, and recovery is possible. And whereas recovery is a process, and that people recover in our local area and around the nation. And whereas preventing and overcoming mental and substance use disorders is essential to achieving healthy lifestyles, both physically and emotionally. And whereas an estimated 400,000 people in King County are affected by these conditions. And whereas we must encourage relatives and friends of people with mental and or substance abuse disorders to implement preventative measures, recognizes the signs of a problem, and guide those in need to appropriate treatment and recovery support services. And whereas to help more people achieve and sustain recovery, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, HHS, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, SAMHSA, the White House Office of National Drug Control Policy, ONDCP, King County, and the City of Kenmore invite all residents to participate in National Recovery Month. And now I, therefore, David Baker, Mayor of the City of Kenmore, on behalf of the City Council, do call upon the residents of the City of Kenmore to observe this month with appropriate programs, activities, and ceremonies to support Recovery Month. Recovery is for everyone, every person, every family, every community. The next proclamation we have is Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. Anastasia, am I missing somebody that needs to accept this?
Yes, we do have a guest with us this evening, and I believe I saw him, Michael Redding. He's one of our partners at King County. If it is acceptable to you, Mayor Baker, perhaps Mr. Redding would like to say a few words in acceptance of the
Yes, and this
proclamation.
is on Recovery Month, correct?
Correct.
Yes, Mr. Redding, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Baker. Just bear with me for 2 minutes, a few words. My name is Michael Redding. I'm actually the Chief of Crisis Systems and Services for the King County Behavioral Health and Recovery Division, but I'm also a resident of Kenmore. I've lived in Kenmore for the past 7 years. I think I've come to this council meeting for the last 7 years to accept this proclamation. I've met you several times, so I'm grateful to be here again. Our theme of Recovery Month this year is recovery is for everyone, for every person, every family, every community. When I think about community and being a Kenmore resident, I'm grateful that the City Council has willingly stepped into recovery as a reality and a possibility. I believe recovery is possible for those living with mental illness, for substance use disorder. And the proclamation actually says that the City of Kenmore invites all residents to participate. I like to think of that as an action that we will all take that home with us today and each day to work with our family, our friends, our community to promote recovery. It is possible. This has been a very hard year and a half of the pandemic, and people struggle. And if we are there to support them with our words and our actions and our gestures of care, concern, and empathy, people can achieve wellness. And that's what recovery is about, is achieving wellness for the whole person, including the brain. So thank you for acknowledging that, and for the City Council to promote recovery. Thank you so much.
And the Executive Director of NAMI East Side, do you want to speak to this one also?
I would love to, and thank you for the work that you're doing in this proclamation. It means a lot. I think that we're seeing a lot of need in our community. I know personally, the City of Kenmore, it's where I had two of my very best friends who I lost to suicide several years ago. And there's so much that we could have done, but we can do now. So I really encourage everybody to pay attention and to participate. Get the support that you need. It is out there. NAMI Eastside has support groups. We have education. We're educating our children to make sure that they can communicate about mental health, to have supportive adults who share in that thought process and will help them with their needs. You guys are doing incredible work, and we want to thank you very much for your support of NAMI Eastside and for this proclamation tonight. So thank you.
And thank you. And could you state your name for us, please?
I'm sorry, I'm Barbie Collins-Young. I'm the Executive Director of NAMI East Side.
Thank you very much. All right. Next item, next proclamation is Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. And whereas September is recognized around the United States as National Suicide Prevention Month and is intended to help promote awareness of the prevalence of suicide and prevent suicides. And whereas suicidal thoughts can affect anyone, regardless of age, gender, race, orientation, income level, religion, or background. And whereas the unintended outcome of the pandemic has been the loss of human connection and an epidemic of loneliness. And whereas hospitals and health professionals indicate that many of Washington's residents are experiencing significant mental and behavioral health crisis because of the ongoing pandemic, which has intensified isolation, difficulty engaging with virtual learning and working, and lack of regular in-person interaction with friends, mentors, and peers. And whereas the city of Kenmore wishes to publicly support local educators, mental health professionals, athletic coaches, PAC leaders, nonprofits, police officers, and parents as partners in supporting our community in simply being available to one another. And whereas the city affirms and supports our local organizations like our partner, National Alliance of Mental Illness, or NAMI East Side, are on the front lines of a battle that many still refuse to discuss in public, as suicide and mental illness remain too taboo a topic to speak on. And whereas every member of our community should understand that throughout life's struggles, we all need the occasional reminder that we are all silently fighting our own battles. And whereas we encourage all residents to take the time to inquire as to the well-being of their family, friends, and neighbors over the next few days, and to genuinely convey their appreciation for their existence by any gesture they deem appropriate. A simple phone call, message, handshake, or hug can go a long ways in helping someone realize that suicide is not the answer. Now, therefore, I, David Baker, Mayor of the City of Kenmore, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim September as Suicide Prevention Month throughout the City of Kenmore, in witness thereof. Now, NAMI East Side Executive Director, please. I'm sorry.
My name's Barbie Collins-Young. Yes. Would you like me to accept this? Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that it says it all when we know that we can make a really big difference by ending isolation with just a reach out, a phone call. If any community member can think of a friend that they haven't heard from in a week or more, it's probably time to reach out to them and make sure that they're doing okay. And that can be a huge lifesaver. It can be the beginning of getting them what they need. It's connecting out of isolation. Most people feel like they're very alone. They're only involved in this themselves, but that's not true. And we can all make a huge difference with one simple reach out, one simple touch. So thank you again for the work that you're doing. And we encourage everybody in the community to just pay attention to their neighbors, their friends, and their loved ones, and just tell them they're important, they have a purpose, and we can get through this all together. Thank you.
All right. Next is Childhood Cancer Awareness, a proclamation. Whereas childhood cancer is the leading cause of death by disease in children, and whereas the average age of diagnosis is 6 years old compared to 66 for adults, cancer diagnosis. And whereas 80% of childhood cancer patients are diagnosed late and with metastatic disease. And whereas on average, there's been a 0.6% increase in the incidence per year since the mid-1970s, resulting in an overall incidence increase of 24% over the last 40 years. And whereas 2/3 of childhood cancer patients will have chronic health conditions as a result of their treatment toxicity, and with 1/4 being classified as severe to life-threatening. And whereas in the last 20 years, only 4 new drugs have been approved by the FDA to specifically treat childhood cancer. And whereas the National Cancer Institute recognizes the unique research needs of childhood cancer and the associated needs for increased funding to carry this out. And whereas hundreds of nonprofit organizations at the local and national level, including the American Childhood Cancer Organization, are helping children with cancer and their families cope through educational, emotional, and financial support. And whereas researchers and healthcare professionals work diligently in dedicating their expertise to treat and cure children with cancer. And whereas too many children are affected by this deadly disease, and more must be done to raise awareness and find a cure. Now, therefore, I, David Baker, Mayor of the City of Kenmore, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim September 2021 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in the City of Kenmore. Encourage all of us to support a cause that so deeply impacts families in every community across our country. Madam Clerk, is anybody here to accept this?
No, Mayor Baker, there's no one to accept this proclamation.
That's fine. It's still very important. Next proclamation is Kenmore Air's 75th anniversary. Whereas Kenmore Air was founded in 1946 by 3 friends, reunited following World War II at the former site of a shingle mill on Lake Washington. And whereas Kenmore Air began offering charter seaplane flights in the early 1950s, after establishing itself as a dealership for CB and Cessna planes, and become known for its expertise in aircraft maintenance and construction. And whereas Kenmore Air expanded their charter and scheduled service on seaplanes and wheeled aircraft over the years throughout Western Washington, British Columbia, and other destinations in the Western United States. And whereas Kenmore Air generates tourism to traffic to Kenmore, with over 15,000 passengers taking off and arriving in 2019 at the Kenmore Air Harbor, the largest seaplane base in the contiguous United States. Whereas Kenmore Air, like many local businesses, was significantly affected by the COVID pandemic and had to temporarily curtail operations and scale back, but has resumed services to an expanded list of U.S. destinations and looks forward to offering flights to Canada once again. And whereas the headquarters for Kenmore Air, the seaplane is a distinctive and emblematic feature of the city of Kenmore as part of the city logo, the name of the local craft brewers IPA, and the name of Town Square's gathering place, the hangar, the seaplane capital. And whereas Kenmore Air plans to celebrate its 75th anniversary on Saturday, August 28th, by hosting a community celebration. And whereas Kenmore's basic philosophy and motto resonate even more in this 75th year of operations, do the right thing. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the city of Kenmore City Council congratulates and honors Kenmore Air on its 75th anniversary and celebrates its resilience and spirits. Mr. Banks,
Hello, Mayor.
how good to see you.
It's great to see you too.
What a flagship of Kenmore you are, I tell you.
Well, thank you. We've taken a licking, but we're still ticking. So, yeah.
Louder than ever.
Yeah. But we're very excited to have our 75th anniversary this year and truly appreciate the city, recognizing us with this proclamation. And as we've reached this milestone, it's been, a really nice thing to have something positive to look forward to, and genuinely appreciate the city's support in helping us celebrate this. And I just wanted to thank you, Mayor, and the council and the whole staff there for, really getting behind us in this celebration. And we're looking forward to seeing you all at our event on August the 28th. And it should be a fun shindig. And we look forward to celebrating with you all.
Thank you, sir. And I tell you what, nothing gives me more pleasure in the afternoon sitting in my patio and hearing the Kenmore airplanes come over and come home for the evening. It's really a very enjoyable sound. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
All right. Next item on our agenda is public comments.
Thank you, Mayor Baker. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
We want to welcome all of our community members to the council's meeting tonight. In this segment, the council does not engage or dialogue with the public. The primary role of the council is to listen. All comments must be addressed to the mayor and the city council. Please use the raise hand feature right now if you wish to speak. I will acknowledge your request and I will call your name when it's your turn. Your time will start when we confirm that we can hear you. Please state your name, city of residence for the record, and keep your comments to the allotted 3 minutes. Your time cannot be granted to another, and your clock time will not be reset unless there are extenuating circumstances and the presiding officer has expressly allowed it. Screen sharing is not allowed. You're welcome to submit materials to the council or the clerk in advance. Please do not comment about pending development projects on which the council will make future decisions, as these are quasi-judicial matters, and council members must limit their communications about such matters. This meeting is being recorded, and we thank you again for taking the time to express your comments. Mayor Baker, I will begin to populate our chambers with our public comments, our guests. And again, if you wish to participate in public comment, now is the time to raise your hand. And for this to be productive, we're going to ask everyone to mute themselves unless they are being called on. We're going to begin with Pat O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien, can you hear us?
Yes. Yes.
Go ahead.
Pat O'Brien here, Kenmore, Washington. I'd like to say that with all the actions going on in the city, to not have city council meetings in the month of August seems rather odd. The topics include the tax money spent on the new maintenance facility, the planning design of the park area is not anywhere near public satisfaction. No further extension on Lake Point development permits. They've had years and years to do that, and no new buyer is going to change the fact that that those properties have a restrictive covenant on them. And I've provided those parcel numbers to the city council people, but I didn't get Joe on there. So sorry, Joe, I'll send that to you. And what a great way to look at celebrating Kenmore Air by looking at the asphalt plant and their violations. They are using cutback asphalt that is a fire hazard, which is ignitable with a match, and $500 million worth of airplanes could go up with a response time of 1 hour or more for North Shore Fire District 16 to respond, because that equipment is not hanging on the walls in Fire District 16. So if you want to do homage to Kenmore Air, you will enforce and test all of the agent grade, the reagents used by the asphalt plant. They're operating illegally, and the city needs to pay attention to that fact. And I would also include in the mayor's proclamation that asphalt fumes in fact cause children in the area to be exposed to a higher cancer risk. So if you really believe in your proclamation, Mayor, then you'll do something about the asphalt that they're spewing out into our downtown core, into our citizens. And I testified along with other people this week as to how the law firm that we employed is got a former head of the Puget Sound Clean Air on it, and we have gotten lies and misrepresentations by their expert, who I don't believe has ever even been at the site, much less the functionality of that site. So there's a lot of things that I've included in my letter and sent to you folks for your consideration. And I'm sure that other citizens in Kenmore will let you know how they feel, but certainly meetings in August or a forum where we can openly discuss our concerns with the city needs to happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. David Morton, followed by Estelle Longpre and Elizabeth Mooney.
Good evening, council members. I'm David Morton. I live near Redmond. Cadman's hot mix asphalt plant in Kenmore mixes aggregate and liquid asphalt cement to produce asphalt paving mixes, which Cadman calls warm mix asphalt. The liquid asphalt cement that Cadman is supposed to use is performance graded or PG asphalt cement, which is made liquid by heating it. Another way to liquefy asphalt cement is by blending it with a petroleum solvent, such as kerosene. This mixture is called cutback asphalt. Both PG asphalt cements and cutback asphalts have been used to make asphalt paving mixes at Cadman's plant. Although the asphalt paving mix made from cutback asphalt would not meet the state's strict specifications for asphalt paving mix, Cadman sells paving mix to clients who don't require such specifications or have any way or desire to test the paving mix. The plant can produce its own cutback asphalt by blending or cutting back asphalt cement with diesel fuel and or kerosene. When such solvents are mixed with asphalt cement or an asphalt paving mix, it is being cut back. In a 2017 PSCAA inspection report, Cadman's asphalt plant operator was talking with a PSCAA inspector about Cadman's 25,000-gallon tank containing medium curing cutback asphalt. The tank received regular refills, meaning the plant used lots of cutback asphalt. The plant's 10,000-gallon backup tank containing PG 7022 was not used very often. No monitoring or testing for volatile organic chemicals, VOCs, or hazardous air pollutants, HAPs, has ever been conducted at Cadman's plant. Some emissions calculations have been done using AP42 emission factors for hot mix asphalt. But before simply applying AP42 emission factors to predict emissions from sources, the user should be aware of circumstances that might cause emission characteristics different from those of other typical existing sources. The plant's design, process operating conditions, and raw material input should be those of the asphalt plants that were analyzed to produce the emission factors. PSCAA issued a notice of violation regarding the plant's design. Since Cadman makes warm mix asphalt, they are not using the operating conditions of a hot mix asphalt facility, and the plant used lots of cutback asphalt. These alterations mean that the AP42 emission factors do not apply to Cadman's asphalt plant in Kenmore, and the emissions calculations are invalid. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morton. Estelle Longpre.
My name is Lynn Longpre. I live in Kenmore. My daughter's name is Estelle. Mr. Mayor and council members, thank you for giving us this opportunity. I am opposed to your proposal to purchase property on Northeast 202nd with the intent of rezoning it from residential to public for the purpose of developing the site as a public works facility. I would like to share some highlights from my 2018 write-up, which I have resubmitted to the city council members. All of the information can be found on the city's website and is also set forth as North Shore School District's guidance for students walking to Kenmore Middle School and Lockwood Elementary. Northeast 202nd Street is classified as a neighborhood connection street, which provides, quote, a safe and enjoyable travel experience for bicyclists and pedestrians. It is also a collector road, which distributes trips between local streets and arterials and serves as a transition roadway to or from residential areas. Safe routes for students who walk to school have been identified by the North Shore School District. A portion of Northeast 202nd Street west of 66th Avenue Northeast, the site of the proposed public works facility, is identified as the southern walk boundary of the suggested walk path for both Kenmore Middle School and Lockwood Elementary. Northeast 202nd Street was also identified in the 2014 transportation element update of the comprehensive plan as a critical non-motorized corridor. The local road safety plan identified Northeast 202nd Street as having a higher risk factor resulting from speeds in excess of the posted limit. In the 2018 and 2019 City Council goals, the city has identified its #1 goal, quote, focus and emphasize multimodal transportation safety with a specific focus on pedestrian, bicycle, and other means of travel. The city's proposal is in conflict with the city's comprehensive plan and safety goals. The suggestion that the city's public works operations can be scheduled around school bus schedules is unrealistic. There will be more congestion on the residential streets bordering the schools, and the public works vehicles inherently put pedestrians and bicyclists at a higher risk than personal vehicles do. I urge the city council to abandon its proposal to locate the public works facility in a school zone, or alternatively postpone its decision to allow the school district the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Miss Elizabeth Mooney.
Hi, hi council. Thank you, Anastasia. My name is Elizabeth Mooney. I've been a resident of Kenmore for 26 years. I believe the city is responsible for the health and safety of its citizens. That includes our environment, our air, our water, our sediments that are under the water in Lake Washington, home for animals and places for us to recreate. Thank you for the proclamation about childhood cancers. Yes, we need to consider what our toxins are in our city to prevent that. I believe that I would like to encourage council to direct staff to meet with Department of Ecology to ensure that requirements for toxics testing required by the 2001 consent decree be fulfilled. Furthermore, it is also important that the city and Department of Ecology ensure that toxic soils are not disturbed or removed without proper protocols in place. We had an incident today that caused us citizens concern at the Kenmore Industrial Park, which you call Lake Point. Lastly, I am concerned that the city is considering removing P suffixes from properties. In many cases, these P suffixes identify properties within sensitive areas or those of high ecological potential. P suffixes should not be replaced without ensuring that properties that need environmental oversight be properly protected. In considering shorelines, a lot has changed since we incorporated. I believe it's time for our council to consider guiding us in a new bold direction, a new policy to protect, restore our shoreline, and ask all residents to participate in supporting it to be salmon habitat, shoreline park, like Gasworks, instead of a multi-use development, especially since more than one plan has failed. Let's get a park for the people. Build a bond. To make it salmon friendly, we would have to start working very hard with folks like our VIII group on a comprehensive salmon recovery plan, which would be good for the people too. Toxins kill salmon, tire dust kill coho salmon. Jen McIntyre just recently presented that. Ask staff, please, to stop cleaning up the comp plan by removing P suffixes at Kenmore Industrial Park and start working with VIII on how to make our shoreline salmon friendly for a public park. It would be worth it to work hard on that site for people, for bond measures. Let's work with Rod Dembowski. Let's think big. Even in Maple Valley, they're not gonna have an asphalt plant there. It might be a park. We saw Reagan Dunn there the other day. And thank you, David Morton and Patrick O'Brien.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth Mooney. Stacy V, followed by Vicki Grayland and Hans Hearn. Stacy V.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you and see you.
Hi, Stacy Valenzuela, Kenmore. Our public lands, especially along our shoreline, provide important habitats for our fish, wildlife, birds, as well as other little species. We need this as a place for our residents and visitors to enjoy the outdoors. Our coastal wetlands are some of the most valuable ecosystems. Environmental groups are desperately attempting to reestablish natural habitats along the shorelines in other towns. We are so lucky to have these spaces in their natural state. We should protect these resources and cherish these lands. Our residents have shared their concerns with several issues on the agenda tonight. They want public work site in the commercial or industrial area of Kenmore, not in residential. They want testing of the asphalt emissions and clean processes. They want active clean sites at the cleanup contamination site. They want to curb hiring and public park lands to be used for the public. I hope you act with integrity for the best interest for the majority of our residents and the future of Kenmore. We need you to protect our air, our water, our residents, and the land's natural beauty. Thank you.
Thank you. Vicki Grayland.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council members. I'm Vicki Grayland and I live in Kenmore. Since last year's September smoke event, when the Cadman asphalt plant continued to operate, many Kenmore citizens have been trying to solve the problem of air emissions from the plant. We went to Susan Delbenny's office for help, and her aide, Kelly Marquardt, went to Puget Sound Clean Air Agency for answers, and she was told only Jay Inslee's office can shut down this plant. But they never gave her a name or a contact email or a phone number. I went to PSCAA's board meetings for months, asking for the name, but I finally asked my friend Google and found a page of regional liaisons on Governor Inslee's website. The one for King County is Simon Vila. When I first wrote to him on June 12th and invited him to a citizens group meeting to plan for the next smoke event, Mr. Vila asked if we had contacted Cadman. Well, we had, and they told us they were following the law. I sent Mr. Vila the email addresses I had from Cadman. Then Mr. Vila said he wouldn't do anything without checking in with the Department of Ecology. So on July 12th, I sent Mr. Vila the email that DOE sent us in September 2020, which told us that DOE had given its authority to Puget Sound Clean Air Agency, which of course had given its authority to Jay Inslee. Mr. Vila has not yet responded to that email. Since my first email, we have had a horrible heat wave, during which, of course, the asphalt plant continued to operate. Last week, I also requested a meeting with our governor, and I've had zero response from his office. Am I a bad writer? No, I'm a professional copy editor. We have a non-responsive state government. I appreciate the support that our city council has given this citizen request. I've spoken with several city council members about this, and I hope that action will be taken soon. We are just a wind shift away from our next smoke event, and we're trying to alleviate more suffering. Please join us. I'd also like to comment on the overdevelopment of the Chila'adis Park. When the plans for this park were drawn up, we were not as aware of the climate crisis. Recent heat waves and forest fires have focused our attention, and we should change the plans for the park to reflect the change in our consciousness about climate change. We need to keep the trees and the natural drainage we have. We in Kenmore are very lucky to have wetlands, one of our best natural remedies for climate change. Let's lead the way by having the foresight to save these precious natural resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grayland. Hans Hearn, followed by Nancy Hansen and Randy Banneker.
Good evening, Council. This is Hans Hearn, and tonight I'm representing North Shore Professional Firefighters Local 2459. One of our goals was to stay in touch with our city councils on a more regular basis, and I'm here tonight to update you with how things have been going lately. And it's good to see all of you. Talked to a few of you over the last month. So in April, Kenmore and Lake Forest Park citizens were asked to vote on Proposition 1 that would have merged North Shore Fire into Woodinville, a measure that failed with over 80% of voters rejecting. Following the Prop 1 vote, things moved slowly, with our commissioners and administrations stalling on decisions, including those related to vital equipment purchases and hiring of firefighters to replace retirees. Following the tragic and unexpected deaths of 2 of our commissioners, things are starting to move quickly. With a 3-person board controlled by Commissioner Marin, we believe the commission is moving in a way that is out of line with how the citizens voted in April. North Shore Fire Commission has decided to contract with services with either Eastside Fire and Rescue, which is headquartered out of Issaquah, or Shoreline Fire Department, which we share a border with. We believe that the board has no intent of giving Shoreline's proposal a fair review. Like-minded commissioners in Woodinville recently voted to contract with Eastside seemingly overnight. 2 of the 5 commissioners had no idea that the agreement was being considered until 24 hours before the vote. Our union has maintained the stance that regionalization of fire services is beneficial for many reasons, but only if done with a collaborative and transparent process and with an increase of services to the citizens we serve. A contract for services with Eastside Fire would cede control of North Shore Fire for the foreseeable future with no easy exit strategy and without a vote from our citizens. There would be no increase in services. Headquarters would be moved to Issaquah, and the new department would staff stations from Lake Forest Park to Snoqualmie. North Shore firefighters believe a contract for service with Shoreline Fire Department is the only option that aligns with our goals in opposing Prop 1. We already respond and train with Shoreline crews on a daily basis, and our employees already work with Shoreline paramedics. We have a shared border, and Shoreline's robust administration would provide increased training opportunities for our firefighters and services for our community. Joining forces with Shoreline would be seamless and would maintain more local control of your fire department. So our union is asking city council members and the citizens of Kenmore and Lake Forest Park to let your voice be heard by encouraging the North Shore Fire Commissioners to contract for service with Shoreline Fire Department rather than cede control to Eastside out of Issaquah. Please do so by signing up to speak during the public comment period of the North Shore Fire Board meeting on August 3rd at 5 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Hansen.
Okay, I'm here. This is to Mayor Baker and council members. I'm Nancy Hansen from Kenmore. This is regarding the original ecology permit for Squires Landing Park. I agree with Vicki Grayland that we do need to change as situations change. This really fits what I have to say. There's continuing concern by many in the community that the project that has been approved on critical lands is not a fit for this particular site. You need to understand it's a degraded site for sure and has had much human interference, but from an aerial view, it still appears as a large expanse of wetlands, especially a few years ago, more so than now. It reminds me of rice paddies or the Nisqually Delta as seen from above. And that's what we live in. The Department of Ecology representative Doug Grisham, who issued the 401 permit from ecology, included fill and to create and modify shoreline. But he also had reservations on the request from Kenmore, mainly concerns about recreational use. A permit was justified by ecology based on the fact that habitat enhancement would increase environmental education and awareness. Environmental education is a huge part of the ecology department's mission. A parking lot was approved, as Doug Grisham stated, because a city like Kenmore can't afford to buy more property nearby. It appeared there may have been some discussion on what Kenmore could do to educate the public if this park were approved by ecology. It seems the city needs to put education at a higher priority than it appears now in the plans. In the critical areas report for the project, it refers to environmental education interpretation. This doesn't seem to be enough for the emphasis ecology gave to educational benefits as a major reason for their approval. I think any educational efforts need to be more than simply posting signs. The site is rich in history, wildlife, and a lot of opportunities for environmental education. Doug Grisham, who issued this permit, described the site as a forested floodplain and said it would be best used for environmental purposes, such as recharge of the area, carbon capture, all the things we really need to be doing right now. He stated that the city and ecology struck a balance because their job is to work with cities. But he also said, when I saw the site, the proposed recreational uses just didn't sound appropriate. I think we need to try to fulfill some of these original agreements that were discussed, obviously discussed between Kenmore and ecology when they mutually agreed on use of the property, especially the emphasis on education stressed by ecology. I would like to ask the council to consider appointing a committee to study possibilities on ways to educate the public about the larger values of lands and wetlands at the mouth of the river. Man-made development on top of wetlands is opposite to the kind of solutions Kenmore needs for the long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Randy Banneker.
Thank you. I'm wondering if I may have jumped the gun. I was interested in providing input on the sign code public hearing. Should I wait until that item?
There is a public hearing attached to that agenda item, yes, and that will be separate. So I'll be further along in the evening.
Okay, thank you. Apologies for the confusion.
No problem. We will see you then. Mayor Baker, I see no further hands raised, but let me do one more check of everyone that we've invited into this space. I see no further hands raised at this time.
Is there anyone else wishing to be heard for public comment? Anyone else wishing to be heard? Thank you all for your public comments. We do appreciate hearing from you, and we do place a lot of importance in what you say. Next item on our agenda is the consent agenda. Councilmember File would like to pull item A and have more of an explanation and discussion. So is there a motion to approve the agenda minus item A?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all of those in favor of approving the agenda minus item A, signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed? The consent agenda minus item A is approved unanimously. Next item on the agenda then is item A. Mr. City Manager, could you please have someone address this?
Yeah, is there anything in particular that needs to be discussed on that item?
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, Rob Carlindsey. I had reached out to request a little bit more feedback on the purchases I see here for radar speed signs, traffic signals, school crosswalk signs, and street lights. I'm thinking there's a little story behind this, one that we haven't heard yet. If you could please just elaborate shortly, and I just appreciate that quick recap.
So I'm looking at the voucher certification approval for that item. And yeah, I'm trying to find it. I can't, don't see it.
It's on the second page, halfway down.
Let's see here.
What I'd like to know is, are these associated with improvements for safe routes to school, pedestrian safety, or Target Zero, or other improvements?
Well, I see PD sound energy radar speed sign and PD sound energy traffic signal. I don't know if Jennifer Gordon is on the call here, but I think those have to do with the electric energy usage bills that we get, that we are charged for all those.
Rob, that's correct. Those are the electric bills for those items.
Okay, so these are not improvements.
That's ongoing.
Yeah.
No, that's just ongoing, regular, just the routine operations of those facilities.
All right, thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
All right. So is there a motion to approve item A from the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of approving item A signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item A is approved unanimously. Next item on the agenda is business agenda. Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force Charter Adoption, presented by Human Resources Manager Leonora Palanya and Shannon Kelly Ray, President of Shannon Kelly Ray Consulting.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council members. We are requesting your authorization and approval of the draft charter in order to begin the recruitment, selection, interview, and appointment process for the DEI Community Advisory Task Force for the City of Kenmore. The task force will have a vital role in the development and implementation of the DEI policy, monitoring tools, toolkit, and community engagement. And in bringing diversity, equity, and inclusion to our community, it is imperative that an advisory task force be formed of members of our community in order to hear the voice and be the voice of our community. And the task force is to be comprised of up to 8 individuals who are either a resident of the City of Kenmore or own or work at a business physically located within the city. Individuals who have a sincere desire to lend their time and talent to advance DEI in our community are strongly encouraged to apply. And I'd now like to introduce you to Shannon Kelly Ray, who is the consultant who we've partnered with in our DEI initiative, and she will share with you the role the task force will play as we move forward in doing this meaningful work.
Thank you so much, Leonora, and thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, City Managers, Council members. Build nothing for them without them. That is the promise and commitment. And in order to do what we feel is vitally important work on behalf of all of the community, it's important to incorporate the voices, experiences, perspective, and lived experiences, but also to share in partnership and collaboration with the community in order to move forward this work and to get the work done on behalf of all the community. We would love to be able to have this task force seated so that they may serve as collaborative partners on this work and on this effort, so that in order to not just get buy-in from the community, but get full participation and collaboration to build something for the community, for the benefit of all the community, but with their perspective voiced and their talents. So we're hoping to be able to have you approve today our request and desire to have a task force so that they may partner with us on vetting, on design, on ideas, on ideation and creation of not just policy to offer to you in an advisory capacity, but also to be able to work with us to partner to bring community together, to create space and increase those voices that come to talk about what diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging should look like today and also tomorrow and into the future. So thank you so much.
So
Laura, I'll go back to you.
Thank you. So we're requesting your authorization and approval of the draft charter.
So questions, Councilmember Shrubnik.
Just a quick one. Thank you for this. You got right to it and developed a charter. Yay. So I'm excited to get going on the work. On section D, which is task force selection and membership, the third bullet, I'm just wondering whether education, work, and volunteering, it seems like there might be other kinds of experience that could be relevant, lived experience that might be relevant. So that it just seemed a little restrictive.
Any comments on that?
Yeah, thank you so much for that, Councilmember Shrubnik. We want to make sure that we consider not just education, not just where people work, where they are positionally or what their background is. Our desire is to find anyone within the city that either works and or lives within the municipality, and then have anyone really apply that has a desire to lend their time and talent, and then put any willing candidate before you as a council for your consideration. So you will be able to consider from all of those people who move their own names forward to either self-nominate or peer nominate one another, and have you consider all of those candidates.
Okay, I just feel a little more comfortable if there was maybe, an edit in that third bullet that said other relevant experience, because it reads the community member has relevant DEI experience through education, work, or volunteering.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, so it could add or other lived experience. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Kugler.
Thank you, Mayor Baker. Thank you, Leonora and Channing Kelly Ray, for this proposal. I am overall very happy with it, and I think it's moving in the right direction. I just have one small request, and that is in items D and E, I think it's really clear that there's a gap analysis that's going to be conducted for services, policies, and programs that we might not be offering. And I just want to ensure that we're also finding a way to capture if there is a gap between our espoused values and the service to execute that, implement that, live that out. And I am hoping that D and E will capture that as well.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Kugler. That is exactly the point of the needs assessment, to be able to identify what those gaps are between leadership intent and community or employee impact, and to identify those clearly and work with the community and work with staff in order to come up with those tangible, actionable strategies that are measurable, that we can close gaps like those.
All right. The chair will entertain a motion for authorization to execute the recruitment and selection process DEI Community Advisory Task Force for the development and implementation of DEI policy, monitoring tools and toolkit, and community engagement.
So moved, Councilmember File.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, and it's seconded by Councilmember Kugler. Any further discussion? Hearing none, the clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember File.
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yes.
Mayor Baker.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Kane.
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler. Yes. Councilmember Marshall.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
All right, next item on the agenda, Public Works shop site selection, phase 3 and 4. Our operations manager, Miss Jennifer Gordon, and environmental services manager, Mr. Richard Sawyer. This is for discussion and for information.
I just wanted to make sure before we start, looked like some of the council members had their hand up, or were they just, I wasn't sure.
I'm not sure either.
Okay.
It
All
looks
right.
like Councilmember File and Councilmember Marshall. Okay, go ahead, sorry.
Okay, so we're here tonight to provide council with an update on the Public Works shop site selection process for phases 3 and 4. And so I'm just Richard and I are gonna kind of tag team here and do a little bit background, tell you what we've got in front of you, and then we'll move on for your discussion. So as you recall, we were here last, well, first of all, you approved the final criteria back in April for the site selection process. We have been to council to provide update through phase 2. During the phase 2 process, we became aware of a couple of properties that were being offered for sale. And so the city council authorized the city manager to enter into a purchase and sale agreement on those properties, as well as enter into a feasibility period to assess those properties for a public works shop site. Even though we are in a purchase and sale agreement with those property owners, the council directed staff to continue on with the site selection process. So we're kind of doing those processes parallel. So while we are looking at the properties and the feasibility of those 2 properties that we have an agreement with, we are also continuing on with the analysis of the phased approach. So we've finished phase 3 and we've narrowed those properties down to 26. And we've also have a willing seller report for you. So Richard's going to go over the results of the phase 3 and phase 4.
Thanks, Jen. So in phase 3, we took all the sites that had kind of moved through phase 2 and then narrowed those down by looking closer at a variety of environmental impacts and potential impacts that each property may have. And then we also evaluated whether any of these properties were part of a larger multi-parcel business or multi-family group of parcels, because that really has a big impact on breaking up that business or multifamily unit, and has some pretty heavy financial implications as well. So we wanted to make sure we looked at that and scored that accordingly as well. So after applying the phase 3 criteria to each of the sites, we had narrowed it down to 26 potential sites. And these sites may include just a single property or a combination of 2 properties. So it was 26 sites, but 30 odd actual individual properties were involved. So taking those 26 sites, phase 4 was simply this additional phase that we had added to just check and see if any of these, what were kind of, at the beginning, we referred to this as kind of the short list of properties that we were going to bring to council towards the end of the process here. So we had said we were going to contact all the property owners on this short list and see if any happen to be considering selling or would be a potential willing seller. We sent letters out to each property owner back in June, and we did hear from 2 property owners. So in addition to the 2 that we're already became aware of during phase 3 on 202nd, we became aware of 2 additional property owners. And they, one of the property owners, both of them are combo sites, so they don't own the site completely, unfortunately. But one of them was one of the owners of site 35, and then the other one was one of the owners, actually a combination of 3 different sites, 1, 2, and 3. So again, these were owners of one of the 2 property combinations of those sites. The Jen, I think I'll just go ahead and do the site 16 update. It kind of ties in with this willing seller. So just to kind of expand on what Jen had mentioned, we also had 2 willing sellers for site 16, which is the site on 202nd. We have been in a purchase and sell agreement with both of those property owners. And to date, we have completed environmental review on these properties, wetland delineations, survey, title report searches, and we are happy to report that so far we have not encountered any issues or roadblocks that would prevent utilizing these sites for development of a public works facility. We'll be meeting with council again next week to go into more detail on the purchase of these properties, as the deadline for those purchase and sell agreements is approaching next week. But as of now, the status on those properties is everything has been looking good so far. In regards to, like I said, there's no issues with using those properties to develop a public works facility.
With one exception, and that is the zoning. I just want to make sure we're clear on that.
Correct, yes, which we had, brought up at the beginning. These would need to be rezoned to public, semi-public use to utilize as a public works facility.
Okay.
And then I think I will turn back over to Jen to talk about 2 open houses that we held to receive some public comment on this process.
Thanks, Richard. So we held 2 open houses. One was on July 8th and the second one was on July 19th. And we got participation from about 17 members of the public. And I'm just going to go over a quick list of their concerns that came up during those open houses. The biggest one being that placing the public works facility in a residential neighborhood, residential zone. So that was probably one of the biggest concerns. And kind of related to that would be the screening of the facility. There was definitely some concern about, what the look would be like fitting into the neighborhood. Is it going to change the character of the neighborhood? There was definitely a concern about traffic safety, pedestrian safety, the being so close to the Kenmore Middle School, as well as close proximity to Lockwood Elementary. There was also some concern about the type of chemicals being stored on the site, as well as concern about large equipment. So those were like kind of the reoccurring themes that came up during those public open houses. Oh, one more thing I guess I forgot to mention was the concern that we were going to be locating the facility at the very north end of the facility, and how does that work? shouldn't it be more centrally located? So those were the concerns that the community brought forward. And so now we've supplied the council with all of the information that we have to date for all of the properties, including the 2 that we are entered into a purchase and sale agreement. So this time we want to turn it back over to you and for discussion or any questions that we might be able to answer.
Questions, Deputy Mayor?
I first off want to say I appreciate all the work that went into this. You're very thorough, and I appreciate that. I was actually surprised to not see the the old fire station on here. Could you, and I realize I should have emailed you beforehand, but could you speak as to maybe why that property wasn't included or didn't make it to this phase?
Yeah, I think Richard has that kind of like saved. I don't know if he's going to share it with you or not, but the biggest, well, there was a couple different reasons why it didn't pass through to phase 3. One of them was that we did approach them earlier on to ask them if they were interested in selling, and the answer was no. And now this was, I think, a year or 2 ago, so there has been some time that's passed. But at that point in time, they were not interested in selling. The cost, I think, is very significant. The assessor's value is, off the top of my head, I think it was, what was it?
Yeah, it was like 3.6 million. And so with the process, and King County assessor is often very low, particularly with non-residential properties. So we applied some conservative factors to make those more realistic. And so it also exceeded our threshold for cost. And then additionally, the site has a long history of, it's mostly encumbered with critical areas. So we have wetlands, we've got streams, flooding, and the Heron Rookery toward the east end of it as well. So we weren't very confident with, if we start taking a closer look, I think the critical area setbacks and buffers will be significant on this site for the type of improvements that we would need to make east of the building.
So I think that the properties that moved on, I can't remember at what stage that fell out, but the properties that moved on to the phase 3 had made it through with perfect scores. So that particular property didn't have perfect scores.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Councilmember O'Kane.
Yes, Councilmember O'Kane.
I have a couple of questions, a couple related to the property itself, and then one related to another property that I was curious about in addition to the fire station that Deputy Mayor Herbert brought forward. My first question is just as a follow-up to the public concern related to safety, especially pedestrian bike safety in the area of the 202nd property. Would there be a difference in, I'd like to understand how, I recognize walkways and waterways is in place, and there are already ped safety plans in progress. If we put the Public Works Department there versus the planned development that would have been going there, or was prospective for that property, would there be, I just need a better understanding of what the difference in the safety would be for our community.
Let's see. Well, I mean, that's a good question. Honestly, I provided the council with some kind of question and answers about what the typical operations might look like. And I know that the community is concerned about the safety of pedestrian and bicycle traffic, including the school traffic. And the single family home generates the average generates 10 trips per home. And so I don't have a calculator in front of me to do the math. You already had it out, Kinnan, right? You had it already figured out.
Yeah, so I'll interject really quickly here. According to a study that was done in Lake Forest Park recently in the last 2 years, each single family residence generates approximately 10 trips per day. With the estimated number of homes that would go in those sites, it was about 15 to 16. So you'd be generating approximately 150 to 160 automobile trips per day. So that would be your baseline that you're going to be starting off with. In addition to that, I think that Jennifer can share with you, if she doesn't have those, maybe a share screen of the walk areas for the junior high and the elementary school, which are really sort of outside of that area. And we're basically eliminating, through the purchase of this, 2 big areas that are on the edge of the walking corridor for the children.
So I guess to get back to the question about, how would like a residential neighborhood compare, safety wise to the public works operation? And what I can share with you is just based on my own experience. And that is that we, as public works employees and city staff in general, safety is always our, number one priority. And so our crews, we talk about safety, we go through different trainings, as well as being super sensitive to it, just because we know that we've had some pedestrian fatalities in Kenmore's history in the last few years. The other part of it is that, Richard and I, while we are more an administrative, position at this point, we have both been, flaggers in our past. We both worked in the field. We know what it's like to work next to traffic. And I can't even count how many times there's just been close calls with just everyday traffic. So it is on our mind all the time. And so I don't want to say that, I don't know if I would say that, oh, we're going to, for sure be more safe. But I tell you what, I feel more comfortable. There's not going to be a bunch of, teen new drivers pulling out of a neighborhood. There's not going to be, a bunch of residential trips in and out all times through the day. We're very aware of pedestrian, bicycle, and vehicle safety. And so, I think that what I want to convey is that it's, it's on our mind all the time. We're going to be thinking about it every time we enter the site, every time we exit the site. We're going to be looking for that. The other part is that in talking to the school district, I think that there is the possibility of us partnering with them on their property that's adjacent to the 2 properties that we're looking at, to potentially put additional walkways in, improve, pedestrian safety also in that way, getting them more directly to the school, as well as an increased level of security. So I hope I answered your question there.
You did very well. I have just one follow-up on that and 2, I think, fairly brief questions to follow. I shouldn't say that in advance. Who knows what I'm opening up? But my follow-up on that, and I think I heard this correctly. Would there be fewer entries onto 202nd with a public works space? So just one driveway rather than an additional one for the community area? So
I think if I remember correctly, there are currently 5 driveways accesses now, and that's, what's proposed in the walkways and waterways to return what the existing are. So I think there's 5. So, I mean, at the end of the day, there will probably be 2 total, but I can't say for sure just because I don't know what the design's going to look like. But I'm thinking in my head that it's 2 total. And if, that would be the same as if there were maybe 2 new developments going in there. So they'd be 2 new streets. So they'd be, it would be the same number of conflict points, probably regardless if there is a Plat that goes in there versus, the Public Works facility.
Thank you. I needed that clarified because I thought there might be a reduction, but it would be the same. Okay.
Well, it would be a reduction from what's there right now, which is 5.
Okay, good. Okay, I appreciate that. My other question is related to public comment, just related to in the community, especially the neighboring properties, raising concerns about shielding. I think that's the word. Screening is the word I'm looking for. Would that have an impact on our expense towards purchasing this property? Personally, I would want it screened, and I definitely would like the public workshop to fit into the community and be as seamless as possible. I just wanted to ask that question.
I think it just depends on how much screening you're talking about. So, screening has been part of, the conversation from day one. So knowing that if we were going to be locating, no matter where we're locating a facility, screening was going to be part of that, project. So as far as overall cost, it will just depend on, how much screening is desired. I think that, when we're talking about it in these planning stages, we're thinking like, 15, 20 feet worth of screening, but, depending on what the council, direction is, will determine the cost of the screening.
Thank you. And I just want to give acknowledgement to city staff's attention to the detail and aesthetics of our community, to the environment, and the depth of planning and outreach that you're making with regards to this public workshop. My final question is just related to the third property, or the 7018 Northeast Bothell Way. There was an interested seller, and then 7110 had no response. There's a part of me that's like, oh, it's a paved area already. There's appeal to that location, similar to the fire station that we discussed. I was just wondering if there's been any outreach or any potential with that property, 7110 and 7018.
So the outreach, Richard, I don't have the map in front of me, but the outreach that's been done so far is the letter to the property owner. But we've had no response. That we haven't had any further outreach.
And would it be, I'm just asking in process, would it be feasible to, is it fair in the process to reach out to them before we make a final decision related to the other location?
Yeah, we can attempt to get in contact with them. It's hard to find, it's hard to get to the property owners a lot of times because all we have is the address of where the tax bill goes.
Thank you. And I really appreciate all the work and preparation that you've put into this, and your detailed responses and those that you have sent to us as a council. They were very helpful, and thank you.
And actually, Councilmember O'Kane, if I can just add to your first question to Jennifer's response, I think she touched on kind of the operational side of our vehicles and equipment, but so we have staff that are trained with, commercial driver's license and how to, use the equipment, pull trailers and all that kind of stuff. But the equipment itself is also, we have no control over what private citizens do, what types of vehicles they have or what type of maintenance, but our fleets are also, maintained very well and operate as designed. So, there's, we have a very minimal chance of failures and operational issues as well. So not only are the operators of these equipment and vehicles, constantly trained and updated on safety, but the equipment itself is also maintained well and operating safely. So I just wanted to make sure I touched home on that point, because I was just hearing some of the comments and assumptions that somehow these vehicles and operators are more dangerous than other folks out on the road was, I just want to bring that up.
You gave me one follow-up. It's an interesting thing. My follow-up question does kind of have two sides to it. But one thing first, with a public workshop, may I ask, it seems that the hours of use would be more limited than a housing community development, you know, as far as times people are traveling, but hours of work are similar, it seems, to the Kenmore Middle School schedule. I mean, it's about an hour difference on either side. Do you think that would have any impact, or as far as the traffic in the area with our vehicles going in and out during school hours?
I really don't think that there would be more of an impact versus a residential development. And we would, tend to, we're not fans of traffic. So it takes away from the work we have to do. So we'd rather be out there working as opposed to being in traffic. So we would be trying to avoid those, conflicts as much as possible.
Thank you both very much. I appreciate your answers.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Thank you, Mayor Baker. Thanks for this work and your attention to the concerns of the community to date. I did have a couple follow-on questions. One was, can you remind us why the Brightwater Portal site was not considered? And I also wonder whether we can follow up with both of the other conjoined property owners that expressed interest. In other words, both the one on Bothell Way and the one on 200th. And then the last question is, well, second to last question is, what is the zoning for those two? In other words, the two that had interested sellers. And then the last question is, can you kind of compare and contrast the pedestrian facility along the frontages that would occur if it's a public works shop versus what we would anticipate with a residential development? So what would those two look like? Would they be the same or different?
I'm sorry.
On that last question, are you referring just in general or specifically to one of these sites?
Oh, I'm sorry. To the site on 202nd. Yeah, the one that we're more actively considering at this point.
Oh, okay. As far as the frontage improvements on 202nd, those have already been designed and will be constructed as part of the Walkways to Waterway project. So it's going to be just a typical curb gutter sidewalk landscaping improvement along there. And that would be whether it was the shop or the Plats going in.
And then might be, as far as the pedestrian facility, would be that they would be crossing a driveway, more of a driveway if it was a public works facility versus a intersection, a street, if it was if there was like two cul-de-sacs put in there.
Your first question with the zoning on the other interested sellers, the site on Northeast Bothell Way is downtown commercial. So it's actually, I believe, the one that we have not heard back from is the Bank of America. So it would be the property owner of the Bank of America site. And then the other willing seller is residential. I don't remember off the top of my head what level. R6.
Yep.
Same as the zoning that we're looking at on 202nd.
Okay, thanks. And then the Brightwater site and whether we're going to reach out to those two property owners. I mean, the joined property owners.
So I'll take the Brightwater site one question. So the Brightwater site, first of all, we weren't looking at any properties that were already providing a public use. So that is, park property. So we didn't consider it from there, but we know that there is very little actual usable, developable land there based on the environmental, critical areas there. There is creeks that run through the property, and there is significant, wetland there also. So at the end of the day, to actually build something, I mean, it's going to be tough enough to like put in park improvements, but if we want to actually build a building, there was just no space there whatsoever.
Yep.
And I think Rob wanted to add something.
Yeah, Mr. City Manager.
I hit leave the meeting instead of unmute. And then just lastly, when the county deeded us the Brightwater site, they gave it to us with restrictions, and the restrictions are that you can only do open space or park uses on that property. So could you go to the county council and convince them to unrestrict it? Maybe, but I don't know.
Just to interject, Rob, I believe that was probably one of their site permit conditions, to leave it open space or park. They go through the same process as everybody else does, and probably putting that industrialized plant in that area, which was residential and very suburban, they probably were required to leave much of it open space.
Thanks, very helpful.
Any other questions? Yes, Councilmember Marshall.
Thanks all. Approximately how many trips might be generated by the Public Works facility?
I did kind of come up with a general, I don't have that off the top of my head, but I can definitely follow up with you on that. But I do believe
any really rough ballpark?
Less than residential development. I mean, in general, our folks, they come in, they get ready for the day, load up their trucks, they head out, they perform their work, they come in for lunch, they head back out, and they come in and clean up for the end of the day. So there's not a lot of like come in back and forth. I mean, there will be times that occurs, like if there's a project going on and, things aren't going according to plan, which does happen. But speaking on an average basis, they come in, they get ready, they load up, they head out and they do their work, and they come in for lunch break, back out and back in. So then there's some of us that are more on the administrative side of things that we will just be like, that will be our destination. We will arrive, we will work there all day, and then we'll leave. So it will definitely be less than a residential development.
Actually, one of the comments we got too was rather interesting with just the other stuff that comes with residential. I remember one person actually commented they would dealing with all the FedEx, Amazon deliveries that just clog up their cul-de-sacs. They actually commented it'd be nice to not have that happening.
Councilmember File.
Thank you, Mayor Baker. So I just have a couple concerns, and I really appreciate the topics raised by my fellow council colleagues, as I had many of them, so we're good there. One of my greatest concerns on properties that are near arterial roads is arterial road speed. And so I have a little concern about that, unless I don't know if there's an interest in reducing arterial roadway speed near example, the 202nd property site if that was the site that was later chosen for ped safety. I'll start with that.
City manager.
Yeah, I know our traffic engineer is looking at the possibility of reducing speed limits on arterial streets.
Okay.
So he should be wrapping up that study pretty soon.
Okay.
He's been looking at it for a while now, and also the possibility of making even more high school and middle school zones as well. I think he's going to be doing that. I just need to verify that with our city engineer, but I'm pretty sure he's going to be turning those into school zones.
Okay. And thank you. I noticed that near some other facility sites, such as a fire response, you might have a flashing yellow light that changes to red when vehicles are exiting the building. Is there a thought for a signal light improvement or a three-way light improvement on 68th and near that site?
So are you're referring to the 66th and 202nd intersection?
Correct.
I mean, we haven't even really even, that has not been a part of the discussion, just because we haven't even kind of like got that far to the planning process, but we can definitely, put that on the list of things to assess for sure.
That would be good for down the road if it becomes, a critical site. The other thing is that, our neighbors have had some concerns about chemical use. And I've heard some perceptions of what would be on site. And I think for the most part, Jennifer, you have been able to answer many of those for the council. But one of the ones I keep hearing often is there might be gas tanks. And what about de-icer? I know the de-icer we utilize now is a more green and cleaner version than what used to be used in the past. Could you help clarify what would be on the public works site? And
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. So I'll start with the de-icer. So we do have a 6,000 gallon de-icer storage tank that we would have on site. We currently have that tank on site now at our current spot. It is a double wall container, so it's got specific spill containment built in. We will have to pull out my de-icer fact sheet, but we do use a less corrosive product. We use the same product that WashDOT uses. And so actually, I think we're going to be changing over to a different product this coming winter, as soon as we use the product that we have up, that actually will be clear. So the stuff we have now is kind of a brown color. Now this will be a clear liquid. It's definitely using a de-icer versus using a bunch of salt and sand. That's what we would like to use, and that's actually less corrosive and more environmentally friendly versus some of that other stuff, because we are putting it on in the very specific conditions. And so we're not just blanket spraying de-icer everywhere. We're applying it according to the application instructions at the right time, the right temperature. Unfortunately, in doing so, we are not always able to keep the streets clear, because we're not going to go and, once the ice builds up, once that compact snow and ice builds up, you can't just like keep just throwing it out there and think it's going to break it up unless you've got some, unless you're working with the weather and the conditions. So we're putting out very specific conditions. The differences between that and like the broadcasting, the spreading salt, straight salt is, we have way more control over where we're getting it on the road, exactly where it needs to be to not allow that ice to form a bond with the asphalt. Salt gets thrown out, cars drive over it, like the minute they drive over it, spits it out everywhere. So the liquid de-icer is just much better because you're actually just applying it where you need it, and you're not, wasting it and, getting it all over the sidewalks or, getting it and end up in the, everywhere you don't need it, basically. So we try to use a lot less of the granular salt and sand mix, which just ends, oftentimes doesn't really end up doing a whole lot in the long run. Let's see. So as far as gas cans are concerned, we don't. So I think we've said this before, but I'll say it again. We don't fuel our vehicles on our own site. So we have a partnership with North Shore Utility District that's where we fuel up our vehicles. So they go into their fueling station on the North Shore Utility District site and do that. We also, the gas storage that we would have on site would be stuff like 1 gallon, 2 gallon gas cans that we would use to fill up our small engine equipment. So our line trimmers, mowers, chainsaws, those kind of small equipment, small engine equipment we have on site. They would be stored in a flame-proof cabinet, and that would be stored on the inside of the building once the facility is built, not exterior. So it's not only will it be a cabinet itself, but then it's inside the building. The pesticides is the same kind of thing. We have a pesticide cabinet that would go inside the building, not out exposed out that somebody could tamper with or anything like that. We do have an integrated pest management program where we try to use, the least toxic and least amount of pesticide possible. I want to be completely transparent that we do use some pesticides in certain situations, but we tried to our best that we, use the least amount possible. And we are, again, kind of targeting, we're spot spraying, we're not blanket spraying, we're getting a specific area. And so hopefully, did I answer most of your questions there?
Yeah, I would just add on to what Jennifer has said with the gas and chemicals. We also don't conduct any, vehicle maintenance on the site. So there's not going to be any of the typical fluids or maintenance type chemicals you might see for vehicular maintenance. That's all conducted off site. And I just, this would apply to no matter what property we pick. These are the types of protocols that we would follow where we pick, but this site on 202nd in particular, just to kind of provide some practical context, 15 or 16 homes went in, the volumes that we would have, I guarantee you would be less than what if every one of them had a shed in their backyard with, the fuel and landscaping chemicals and herbicides and whatever they might use to fuel their own types of small power tools and whatnot. We're not really, we'll probably be less than what you would see in that situation. So,
well, yeah, I'll add on to that, Richard. Thank you. I guess what I would add to that is that, for us to be able to apply a pesticide, herbicides to vegetation, that's mostly what we're talking about. We're talking about herbicides because we don't apply insecticides or anything else. We're talking about herbicides, and we are licensed applicators. We have to follow the directions. We keep logs. We follow the law. There's very specific things that we are required to do. And some of the hardest part is resident is actually, it's more difficult for residential applications because homeowners are not regulated. Okay, they can go down to Home Depot, Lowe's, Ace Hardware, and they can buy up a gamut of whatever concoction they want, and nobody's gonna say anything. They're not, they could mix up stuff that could cause some kind of explosion. I mean, there's just no regulations for homeowners, and we take it very seriously. We follow the label instructions for the rates to be applied and what that is to be applied to. There's, individual plants that are listed on the label. We follow the directions. So I guess I just want to reiterate that, we're not just some willy-nilly folks just, spraying stuff or spreading fertilizer that goes straight into the catch basin. We are very, very, conscientious and aware of, what we're doing, why we're doing it, and the amount we're using to do it. So I guess I would just re-emphasize that.
Okay. And regardless of which site is chosen, more than screening, beautification is really important to a surrounding community. And especially if it's in a more crowded community or a mixed community, you might not want to actually know it's actually part of that community. So beautification, screening, I hope there's a really good plan that we can help bring to light for the future down the road.
I think that will be up to you all to decide how we move forward.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Just to dovetail on that discussion, just to confirm, there's no fueling operations at the site, right?
Right.
Correct.
Right.
All right, any other questions? Deputy Mayor.
Couple of questions. One, on the site on 202nd, would there be a way for us to maybe work out an easement with the school district to use that parking lot, the gravel parking lot next door, as our entrance and exit and avoid adding extra curb cuts to 202nd? Is that a feasible option, or is that outside the realm of possibility?
No, I think it's very possible. And in fact, that has been brought up in our discussions with the school district. So I think that they seem to be very willing to work with us and partner with us on, looking at that. I can't say for sure, not just because we haven't even, we're not doing any pre-planning or anything like that. We need to acquire a property before we decide on exactly, how we're going to design the site. But it's definitely something that's been brought up in our conversations, and they seem very interested in working with us.
Because, the less curb cuts we put in, the less points of conflict there are with pedestrians and other vehicles. And then I wanted to ask a little bit about, what's the site number on this? Site number 142, the NUD site down on 78th. Have we taken a hard look at this? It looks like it could be an interesting site. It's zoned correctly. I understand it's surrounded by residential, but it's zoned correctly. It might be relatively affordable. It's hard to tell because looks like the price you put on the land is, $1,000, which sounds a little unrealistic if we were actually trying to get this from NUD. But I don't know. Could you speak a little bit about that property?
Richard, would you bring that up?
Share the screen.
Well, yeah, you could share the screen, or I'm sorry, you've got the property info in front of you.
Oh, yeah. Well, to answer the question, it's one of the 26 sites. So it's definitely, went through the criteria and could be evaluated. We have not, we could also follow up, I guess, and see in regards to the willing seller aspect of it. The two, well, many of these are residential properties. So this one, again, is in a residential community. It's got directly adjacent residential properties. One of the nice things about 202nd is that we have some opportunities to really buffer and limit the direct contact with the adjacent properties, whereas this one, that would be a lot harder to do because of the way it's shaped and configured. And then second on this one is we would need to look a lot closer at the environmental impacts. There's a stream that goes along the eastern edge, which is going to have some buffers and setbacks. And then it's very likely that much of the property may be impacted by wetlands as well on that eastern side. So we're not really confident how much usable area would be left, but it was something that, that being said, could be explored further.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kugler.
Thank you. First, I just want to thank Richard and Jennifer for all the work that you've done. I know this search process has been really extensive, and I think we all know how important it is that we find a space for you. And I think you realize that we're just doing our due diligence. I have a couple of questions. One is, maybe this is more of a heads up. I know you're working with North Shore School District's staff, I'm guessing. I wonder if it might be a good idea to give them a heads up at the board level, just so that they're not surprised, if we haven't already, that we're evaluating this site next to school property. And then I know, because safety has come up as a concern many times, I wonder if we might have data to share, like accident history, if there is accident history for our public works team or city staff as compared to maybe the general public. And I realize you probably have to do some research for that. And then I'm just curious, the purchase and sale agreement deadline, if we didn't make a decision or if we didn't move forward with the purchase by next week, then what? Then would this just end, or is there the opportunity to extend that? And that's probably a question for Kenan, maybe.
Yeah, Kenan might be more up to speed on the details.
Yeah, so if we don't exercise we have our due diligence period that ends August 3rd, right after your meeting, the next day after your meeting. And if we don't exercise the option, then that goes away at that point. The question is, can you possibly extend it? Yes, there's a possibility of extending it, at least with the one property, Elizabeth Court. They're already fully permitted and they were ready to begin construction. So we don't know what appetite they would have for extending it.
Any other questions? Any other questions? Hearing none, this was written informational only, so there is no action requested at this time. So thank you very much. Next item on our agenda is the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, Guiding Principles and Strategy, Community Engagement, presented by our Assistant City Manager, ARPA Administrator, Stephanie Lukash.
Honorable Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and members of the council, thank you so much for your time tonight. I'm delighted to talk to you tonight about the American Rescue Plan Act. In your packet in the agenda, there are 3 items. There is a memo that is a comprehensive memo that was a labor of love. So many people participate in that. There's a slide presentation I'm going to go through with you in an agenda bill. I'm going to share my screen and go through some slides. We'll take time for questions, and I welcome your questions along the way. So let me share my screen now. All right, can everyone see that okay?
Yes.
Slide deck? Perfect, thank you. All right, so the American Rescue Plan Act is an opportunity. It's an incredible opportunity for our nation and for our community. And before I say anything else about this, I want to start off with a quote that I found that I thought really captured the essence of who Kenmore is, who we are as a community, and we're here to care for each other. So I'm going to read this quote to you. It says, "We have a chance to do something extraordinary. As we head out of this pandemic, we can change the world, create a world of love, a world where we are kind to each other, a world where we are kind no matter what class, race, sexual orientation, what religion or lack of, or what job we have. A world where we don't judge those at the food bank because that may be us if things were just slightly different. Let love and kindness be our roadmap." And it's an actor named Johnny Corn who said that, but I couldn't have said it better myself. I think it's a really important thing to think about, remember who we are as a community. We create a thriving community where all people love where they live. That's who Kenmore is. And that's what I think, as we think about the American Rescue Plan Act, it's really important to center on the pandemic and what has happened, to be able to tell the story of our experience so that we can make the best decisions possible for our community, but how to use these funds. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the pandemic. It's been devastating across the country, across the world, and also in Kenmore. We had 779 COVID cases, 59 hospitalizations, and sadly, 13 deaths in our community. We distributed, as a city, 10,000 masks, a huge need for masks, a huge need for safety, keeping our public safe. As you know, we closed City Hall, and all of our council meetings and many other services moved online. It was a mammoth undertaking, and communities across the country did it, as well as Kenmore. Unemployment peaked in our community at 13.4%. This was back in May of 2020 at the early stages of the pandemic, but it's been devastating on our community. So many people still struggling. Many businesses and residents have been seeking help. We've helped them, and they still need our help. We, as you know, thank you to this council for the eviction moratorium, for caring about our citizens who are at risk of being evicted and making sure that didn't happen to them. We had crimes that did increase in the pandemic. Vandalism and thefts were up in Kenmore as a result of, you can get any number of things, but I think it changed the stay-at-home orders and people were around. It changed some behaviors, including vandalism and thefts. And we had some hard time getting some materials, including some of our critical bridge components. Even paint for striping streets have had a hard time getting certain materials because of delays in manufacturing around the country. And then it's been really hard, the parks, monitoring parks when we were in our stay-at-home orders. A lot of facility operations and needs, certain kinds of needs increased in the pandemic. But we also had some silver linings. Air quality improved because we were driving less. People were at home. There were reduced transportation volumes, and building permits actually went up by 10.7% in Kenmore during the pandemic. Our revenue remained stable. Our sales tax went up. A lot of online shopping and other things that led to that, although gas tax was down in our community. And we're currently in Kenmore at 84.5% vaccination rate for all those eligible, those 12 and over in our zip code. So that's good. But the pandemic continues and we are not out of the woods. And you just needed to look at the newspaper today or watch the news. The Delta variant is alive and well. The pandemic is continuing and is going to be in our lives for a long time. And the data shows it. And so I think it's really important as we think about the American Rescue Plan Act, we remember those who lost their lives, remember those who are still struggling in the pandemic in our community, and that it's our job to use some of these funds to help them. So I just want to make sure we're centered on that. So ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act. So this money was part of, when Joe Biden took office as president, one of his first actions was to pass this legislation, $1.9 trillion for pandemic response and recovery, an unprecedented amount of money to be spent, and $350 million of it for local governments. So cities, states, counties, tribal governments, and territorial governments as well. The money has to be encumbered by the end of 2024 and spent by the end of 2026. So we have a window in which to use it. There are specific allowable uses. The legislation is very clear. These are the allowable uses. I'll talk about those in a minute, but there's tremendous opportunity within those. And our allocation in Kenmore is $6.4 million. That's a big sum for us as a city. And this council has already decided to spend $1 million of it on direct cash assistance. That work is underway with an RFP that just closed. And we know that of that 6.4 million, we're spending some money on staffing, the staff work internal to the city that is going to be needed to implement this work. But the question for us is how to spend the rest of that money and how to best serve our community. So that's what we're going to talk about. This is really a once in a lifetime opportunity. And Mayor Baker, thank you for forwarding the articles. So many of you have forwarded articles. Keep them coming. There's so much conversation happening across the country. Associations and organizations and cities are talking to each other about how are we going to spend this money and make the most of it and not squander this once in a lifetime opportunity. So I appreciate the conversation that we've been having, and I want us to keep having it. I think it's the right conversation to have. So the allowable uses of these funds, it's about COVID response and recovery. So it's about responding to the public health emergency and its negative economic impacts is number one. Essential workers are called out in the legislation, making sure we're taking care of them, responding to their needs. Provision of government services, so replacing lost revenue, reimbursing expenses incurred during the pandemic, and other provision of government services are allowed, as well as necessary investments in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure are specifically called out in the legislation. So this is how it's worded in the legislation. There's a lot of nuance, 150-page Treasury document, lots of detail, but I want to make sure we're all on the same page and understand how the legislation is written and what the allowable uses are. So here's our moment. So as a council, I think it's really important as we move forward, we're deliberate and we're thoughtful about how we use these funds, how we spend. We've decided about $1 million of it, but for the remainder of the funds, how we spend them. And I think it's really important for our community to know how we're looking at this opportunity. And so I'm proposing some guiding principles, and I'll go through them and I invite your conversation and questions. But I think it's important to have these because I think the rest of the work that we're going to do in the months and years ahead, we need to be centered and aligned around how are we approaching this opportunity. So there are 8 proposed guiding principles, and there's a motion for you to take action on this later. So I would love to welcome your questions along the way. The first one is about equity. And we heard from our DEI consultant tonight. We're forming a task force. As a city, we have already said equity is critical. Our diversity, equity, inclusion effort is a key focus for us. So we have to center equity, remember those who are still struggling in the pandemic. And we know that there are portions of our population that are disproportionately affected by the pandemic. We need to remember those as we think about using the funds. We've already decided on number 2 to provide some immediate relief to residents through the direct cash assistance. We can think about immediate relief to businesses. And the other piece of that is legacy work. And that's the part that I think we'll spend some time talking about over this month's, what that means. But I think it's important to do both, to not just spend the money and putting money in people's pockets, which is critical, and we're doing that. But we also need to think about long-term enduring impacts of this opportunity because it is once in a lifetime. The third is tying funding decisions to pandemic impacts. And that's why the memo that is 11 pages, a big portion of that memo talks about the story of the pandemic's impacts on Kenmore. I want us to all be it's painful, but it's really important. And I think we have to understand the impacts. And as we think about decisions that we'll make with our ARPA funds, remembering and looking back and tying back to how we were impacted and be able to tell the story of that's why we decided to do XYZ with the funds. Consider early wins and something for everyone. I think that we have opportunity to do some smaller scale and larger scale projects so that we can have some early, faster implementation and then maybe some things that might take longer. I think that's an important and something for everyone, thinking about a whole community and how some of the projects we might consider might be beneficial to certain parts of our population and trying to have something for everyone. I think that this has been said before, but it's important anytime you have a one-time funding source, it's really important to be mindful of not signing on to programs that are ongoing that we won't be able to sustain long-term. So just as we think about projects versus programs for this money, I think it's important to remember This is one-time money. It will end, and we don't want to be stuck trying to fund something ongoing. We're not having planned for that. So that's what that one means. Factoring in community feedback, I think it's really important. And there are some things we'll talk about at the end of this conversation around community engagement, but I think it's really important to factor in input from our community. There are different ways to do that. And then ARPA, there's money directly to cities and counties, but there are also other organizations and other entities receiving funds as well. So leveraging those partners, and I'm doing having a lot of conversation and collaboration, and we're going to be looking at ways we can do that to leverage other, not only other ARPA funds, but other affordable housing funds. And thank you to some of you who have forwarded me emails and opportunities. We're going to be trying to maximize those and maybe using some of our ARPA money to do that. And then in the same vein, maximizing partnerships. So looking at our partners in the region and making sure we're really thinking about those partners and having conversations. So I'm going to pause there. Are there any questions you have about these proposed guiding principles, or any questions or input?
Questions? I'm not seeing any, but I could be missing somebody. No, oh, yes, Councilmember File.
Thank you, Mayor Baker. I want to thank you, Ms. Fleck, for presenting to us today and bringing this to us. I know ARPA and its funding has many wonderful opportunities, and everything's coming fast and furious. After attending the National League of Cities conference for leaders a couple weeks ago, one of the things they were recommending is ensuring that we are gathering those stories, because the grants are going to be pivoted off of how well we present our needs of our community. And some of the recommendations put forward were whether it's hosting a town hall or community listening sessions. I think in this case, community listening sessions may be the best approach for us at different times, and reaching out deeper into the community, like reaching to our seniors and as well. But this has worked in the past. For example, when we were looking at police issues and concerns of the community, we took some feedback after signing on to the Obama Pledge. Here's an opportunity. I think we really should adopt this approach, and it will be not only good for funding our stories and sharing and highlighting why our needs are important for the projects we hope to put forward, but also for those other funding opportunities, and for arguing our cause for Kenmore. We have to recover and rebuild, and Kenmore is resilient together when we work together. So I want to make sure we're doing that. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember File. I couldn't agree more. I love the idea of community listening sessions. So absolutely. Thank you for that. And thank you for being in conversation with our peers and with your peers across the country. I think it will help us do a better job and just really be thoughtful about how we approach this opportunity. So thank you. Any other questions before I talk about guiding the next slide? If I move on.
Any other questions? I'm not seeing any, so.
All right. All right, so the next slide talks about a proposed high-level strategy, and they go hand in hand, the guiding principles and the high-level strategy. And so you'll see they're in an order. So the first one we're already doing, which is provide immediate relief to residents in need, and that's the direct cash assistance that we've already decided to move forward with. So, so that's there. And then I have in second place, in order, provide immediate relief to businesses in need. And we know this is an issue. And we're working on a survey to understand better the needs to our business community. More to come on that at a future meeting. But we propose the second priority be businesses, immediate relief to businesses. And then the third one be backfill some or all of the costs the city has incurred for pandemic response. And I covered some of it earlier. You can see that we did incur significant costs to pivot, provide services, many of our services online that had never been provided online before. So there's some need there, a conversation around doing some of that. And then the fourth one is really getting into longer term strategies. So positioning both the city, our community, and our businesses to transition into whatever our new normal is going to be. And it's going to be fascinating. And I think all of us are having these conversations about what will this new normal be like. And it's kind of a push and pull, and it's hard to know. But I think there's some opportunity to do that work. And then the last one are these enduring legacy projects, the big swings that we've talked about before, and that will be bold investments in Canmore's future. And I think that there has to be some of all of this in the long term, the plan for our funds. So questions or comments on the high level strategy?
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I appreciate these. I would really de-emphasize backfilling our city's costs personally. I'd prefer to be getting the funds out into the community to help our community recover rather than the city's bank account. I mean, I think we know that our sales tax revenue came in ahead of projections, even after we made a bunch of cuts because we weren't sure how things were going to play out with COVID. We know that the city's finances have come out of this relatively unscathed. I would rather that we be focusing on getting the funds out to help the larger community rather than the government, personally.
Thank you for that. That makes sense. I see a hand.
Yes, Councilmember File.
Thank you. I'm going to agree here with Deputy Mayor Herabig. I wouldn't want us to use these earmarked dollars for this purpose. There is other funding available under a different hub and a different arm for ARPA recovery. I would rather see us apply to that than use these specific funds this way. I like the idea that we're moving forward with on item 1. Definitely we have to support our local businesses to help build a recovery branch and help them build and come back strong so that they can be resilient and recover from this moment. Further, housing is a real issue here in Kenmore. We have never had the opportunity to really invest in our community and create the housing that's much needed for our community. And affordable housing has been an issue that we've struggled with. I'd rather see funds used for this case, this reason, and it would be a great investment for our community, for the long haul of our future, and definitely could work towards priorities we already have. These wonderful legacy projects, that could be a sort of legacy projects if you can think about it that way. But some of the other issues that are recommended are clean water, salmon culvert restoration and improvements. I would like to see that for Kenmore. It's the hardest funding to get beyond affordable housing funding or land purchase for affordable housing. I would like to see this kind of purchase an investment in Kenmore for our future to improve these outcomes. That being said, there are other programs that are on the radar. There's a lot of behavioral and mental health connective support programs for our partners and partner work we might need to do together. And that's where I think the work you will be doing together with our partners is really about addressing those needs that we've been hearing a lot about with behavioral and mental health needs. It was relayed in the Human Development Committee for National League of Cities that our social services programs, our mental health programs, all they need to do is really design something and make an ask, because there's that much funding there right now. And that's never heard. So that's what I've got.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the inputs. Great. Any other questions or comments?
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Just a quick one. So for tonight, Tonight we're approving or setting the direction, the principles.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm assuming next step would be kind of within those categories of things, the strategies,
Yes.
you'd bring forward some options for prioritization. Yeah. So
That's exactly right.
I am
Yes.
definitely in support of the principles with the caveat that Councilmember Herbig said.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember O'Kane.
Yes, and I just want to echo what Councilmember Shrubnik said. I'm in alignment with Deputy Mayor Herbig, Councilmember File, and Councilmember Shrubnik on that priority 3. I don't think that's not as high a priority for our community. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so
Councilmember
much.
File. Your hand's up. That's why I was questioning. Anybody else?
Can I clarify a little bit, number 3? I just want to make sure that we'll still need to pay for our overhead costs associated with distributing the funds and also going after other ARPA funds, namely Stephanie's time. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Then, I'm sorry if I just speaking out of turn here. And I asked to be recognized, Mayor Baker.
I just recognized you. Sorry.
Thank you. Then I would like to recommend that we move 3 down the list. We already have earmarked and approved the work of our administrator to evaluate ARPA needs and go after grants and do all that connective programming. So that's not in question, but I don't think currently it's the highest priority. There are other high priorities. And there is going to be specific funding for that. We're going to be hearing about pretty soon.
Deputy Mayor, did you have something?
I just am not sure if these were actually like rankings or just 5 equal things sitting on the list. So
I had thought of them in kind of an order, but obviously we can move the order. It's your decision.
Councilmember File.
Well, again, I'm just going to recommend that we move 3 down the list to the end of the list and move 4 up. And I'd certainly like to see affordable housing in the 3 slot or purchasing land for affordable housing in that 3 slot.
Councilmember Marshall, then Councilmember Shrubnik.
Thanks. I think those are great suggestions and they make sense to me, but I would like to first hear from the public before I make any sort of order ranking.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yeah, ditto. I think we're going to have a community input process before we prioritize. But in terms of number 3, I think what I was hearing is that we didn't want to put on this list the backfilling of costs of the pandemic. That is not including the cost for administering the 6.4, which we have already approved. So I think that's the nuance there.
Well said. Yes.
In that case, Your Honor, I recommend just eliminating number 3 altogether. I think we have the solid understanding that there are some overhead costs with this, and I don't think that needs to be mentioned here.
Everybody pretty much in agreement with that? I see lots of nods. All right. That'd be fine. All right. Ms. Lukash, please.
All right, so I mean, this is the motion. It sounds like, and then I just had time for questions, and we're going to talk about community engagement in a minute. So I'll pause here.
So basically, then Chair would entertain a motion to approve the proposed American Rescue Plan guiding principles and the big picture strategy for the city of Canmore with the removal of number 3.
So moved by Councilmember O'Kane.
All right.
Seconded, Councilmember File.
All right. Any further questions? Clerk, please take the roll. Madam Clerk? Madam Clerk? Aha. Take the roll on the motion, please, to approve the proposed American Rescue Plan Act guiding.
Yes. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, my headphones just died.
Uh-oh.
Councilmember File.
Yes.
Yes. Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Baker.
Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Kane.
Yes.
Yes. Councilmember Kugler.
Yes.
Yes. Deputy Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall.
Yes.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
I'm really happy to hear that everybody got 2 votes on this one. All right.
All right, okay, one last thing, Honorable Mayor. I did want to spend just a couple of minutes talking about community engagement with ARPA. I will be putting together a community engagement plan. I'll be bringing it to you after August in September. But I wanted to ask for your thoughts. So we have a web page we've created, an education campaign that will begin to talk about the framing. Now that we have this information, we've approved this motion today, and then I've heard some really great ideas here, and we've been thinking about town halls and open houses, and then thinking about how we want to get that feedback from the community. There are some tools out there. A couple of you have sent me those tools. I've done some research and listened to some pitches around some of these tools that are out there. But I wanted, before I put together the plan while you're at recess in August, I wanted to have an open forum. Any thoughts you have, anything I need to know around your intentions, so I can make sure that plan is going to meet your expectations. So absolutely, I see a hand.
Councilmember Shrubnik and then Councilmember Marshall.
This may not be exactly what you're looking for. You're talking about the community engagement. I thought you meant ideas for the priorities. So I just, I realize I should have said this during the principles, but I would like to see alignment with the council goals, but I'm guessing that will come forward in the community process. So, but yeah.
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall.
I'm absolutely sure you will, but just have wonderful open-ended questions that don't sort of suggest the answers to the people answering them.
Yes. Thank you for that, Councilmember Marshall. So important.
Councilmember File.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I'm a big fan of the public connection. So that what happens at town halls, a bit more formal. What happens or had happened in our community listening sessions, really letting the community lead, and us taking a back seat was invaluable. That information was valuable to us and to our surrounding electeds even. They become powerful stories and motivators to go with our work. So I really like that approach. I think it would be good. Also, I think reaching directly into, opportunity with the senior center would be good. Another direct approach to reaching within a community. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
I think I see another Councilmember Kugler.
I haven't seen Councilmember Kugler. Did you have your hand up?
I did. Yes,
Okay.
thank you. If we could maximize the amount of time that we have to promote whatever it is that we end up using to gather feedback, that would be really ideal. And if possible, if we could specifically try to identify ways to reach various audiences. So kind of like what Councilmember File mentioned about reaching out to the senior center or finding teens or families, or just going where people are, like really being very intentional about that. I think that would be really great.
Absolutely. That's, consider it done. Yes.
Councilmember O'Kane.
Yeah, and I want to echo what Councilmember Kugler said, and I'm just going to use this word, our schools. They're a great resource for us.
Yeah.
Great place for us to do outreach to our community directly, because they are already doing a lot of that work. So many of our community members. And I liked that Councilmember Kugler also mentioned our teens, because, you know, they're an important part of our community and they're coming up. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
I realize this is kind of a parallel process, and I was trying to remember where it was coming from. The climate action work has a very detailed community input process, probably more than is needed for this, but I mean, you could look at that as,
yes,
you know, a big framework and then kind of pick and choose what makes sense, maybe. I don't know.
Yes, absolutely. That's right. It's terrific. Thank you.
All right.
Great. Thank you so much, Council. Appreciate your time tonight.
All right. Next item on the agenda is bond ordinances presented by Finance Administrative Director Leticia Salcido. And this is
Good
for
evening, Mayor and Council members. The item before you for review and adoption is Ordinance 210530, which authorizes the issuance of Series 2 of the Unlimited Tax General Obligation Bonds in the amount of $10 million. The first reading for this bond ordinance was at the council meeting of July 19 with a presentation by yours truly, bond counsel, and our financial advisor. Just a brief history, a ballot measure was approved by our voters on November of 2016 for a special levy to support the issuance of $19.7 million in unlimited tax general obligation bonds for projects, to fund projects with regards to walkways and waterways, sidewalk, pedestrian, bicycle improvements, waterfront access, and then improvements to parks, Log Boom Park, Rodo Park, and Tlawadis Landing Park. In December of 2016, the first series of these bonds was issued in the amount of $9.2 million. And now in 2021, we're getting ready to issue the second series in the amount of $10 million. We have our financial team consisting of our financial advisor, Justin Monroy of Piper Sandler, and bond counsel, Deanna Gregory of Pacifica Law Group for any questions that you might have. Thank you.
So any questions for the bond counsel? Seeing none, the chair will entertain a motion to adopt bond ordinance number 21-0530, an ordinance of the city of Kenmore, Washington, authorizing the issuance of one or more series of unlimited tax general obligation bonds of the city in the aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $10 million to finance the costs related to constructing, developing, acquiring, equipping, upgrading, and improving walkways and waterfront access in the city, and paying the costs of issuing the bonds, providing the form, terms, and covenants of the bonds, providing for the disposition of the proceeds of the sale of the bonds, and delegating authority to approve the final terms of the bonds, and providing for other matters relating thereto. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, the clerk please take the roll.
Councilmember Kugler,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Kane,
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Councilmember File,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herbig,
Yes.
Councilmember
Yes.
Marshall,
Councilmember Marshall, we didn't hear you.
Yes.
and Mayor Baker.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, folks. Thank you, council.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda, ordinance number 21-052 relating to signs, amending chapters 18.20, 18.42, 16.68, 5.70, and 9.40 of the Kenmore Municipal Code, presented by Community Development Director, Mr. Brian Hampson.
Hey, good evening, Mayor and Council. It's Brian Hampson here with Development Services. As you mentioned, we have a public hearing and a code revision on our sign ordinance. But before we jump into the public hearing, we'll give a brief overview of what the ordinance is about. As you all may know, we've been looking at updating our sign ordinance for some years now, and we've really wanted to take our time, make sure we did it right. We didn't want to be the first city, the city that was doing it first. We kind of wanted to see what other cities were doing and really get the best product out there. So I'm glad we waited. And we had our attorney, Charlotte Archer, who's with us here tonight, help us draft the sign ordinance, which is a really good looking sign ordinance. It's going to be providing a lot of clarity and consistency throughout the organization. So I see Charlotte's here, but I don't see her on the video.
No, she's here.
Okay, there she is. Before we open up to the public hearing, Charlotte, you want to give a brief description of what the purpose of having to do this sign code amendment?
Absolutely. The motivator for this sign code amendment process was a Supreme Court decision called Reed v. Town of Gilbert, which somewhat modified the landscape as it relates to the way municipalities regulate signs. Prior to that decision, as long as you were treating all signs of a particular type in the same manner, so all political signs, regardless of their message, were being treated the same, your regulations were fine. After that decision, all signs, regardless of categorization or content, needed to be treated the same. So political signs had to be treated the same as signs advertising a church event had to be treated the same as signs advertising a business. Thankfully, the city of Kenmore had a sign regulation schema that was based on zoning for your permanent signs. So because you'd already sort of taken that step, we only needed to do sort of a targeted approach to modifications of your sign code, focused primarily on your temporary sign regulations, which, like all cities across the country, used those important categories of political signs, community event signs, and special event signs that were no longer permissible. So the amendment and the ordinance in front of you this evening takes that targeted approach to make the modifications to your temporary sign regulations, focused not on the content of the sign, but rather on the zone that the sign is located in and the use of the property upon which that sign is located, and also modifies temporary sign usage and placement in the rights of way and on city public property, and clarifies some important regulations to prevent sign proliferation while still preserving the important values of free speech in existing public fora. So that's sort of an overview of what we did. We did some cleanup, essentially, some technical targeted cleanup.
Yeah, and I think it's also important to point out that in addition to those cleanups, we addressed the concern that for displays that are placed on the public property, on the city-owned property. And so that's in there as addition to it. And unfortunately, the draft that was posted with the ordinance tonight had a slight error in it. And if we go forward with the adoption, I would like to have that amendment made to fix that error And that occurs in 18.42.040 under prohibited signs, item B. The word private is stricken through, and it shouldn't be. That was an earlier version of our ordinance, but the preference is to leave it as it was, with the private signs on utility poles being a prohibited sign. Other than that, are there any questions before we open it up to the public hearing?
Yes, Councilmember File.
So let me get this right. So right away, this is the same area that we see many temporary signs pop up with everything from levies to community service days to political campaigns. And so this would change a little bit of that.
It would change it insofar as it would preserve the rights of way as a public forum for speech. So predating the Reed v. Town of Gilbert case in Washington, we have a case that governs and provides that cities are not allowed to restrict signage, political signage that's placed in those rights of way. We are not able to do that. So that's why you often see political signage proliferating in the rights of way. What Reed did was it came over on top of that decision and said, so now in Washington, to the extent that you have to allow political signs in your rights of way, you have to allow everything because you can't distinguish amongst categories. So this sign code opens up additional forum for signs in the public rights of way. But rights of way, it's an important distinction that rights of way are different than public property such as parks, city hall. So yes, to answer your question in a very roundabout way, it does modify it insofar as it makes it a more expansive forum for free speech.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Any other comments, questions? Hearing none. Oh, Councilmember Shevnik.
All right, I believe you said this, but I've read this now twice and I'm still struggling to find it. Can you point me to where it talks about the allowance for or prohibition against signage or displays on city property like City Hall? You talked about it, but I'm not seeing it.
Yes. Do you have the ordinance in front of you?
I do. Yeah.
Section 18.42.135 B. And so it states no temporary sign may be placed on properties within the public, semi-public, and golf course zones without the property owner's permission. Then it goes on, no temporary sign or display may be placed on or left unattended on city-owned property, not including city right-of-way, unless in conjunction with an approved special event permit, temporary use permit, or other permission from the city.
Got it. I read that and it just didn't sink in.
All right. I'm not seeing other questions at this time. So, Mr. Hampson, shall I open the public hearing?
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll now open the public hearing on ordinance number 21-0523 relating to signs and amending chapters 18.20, 18.42, 16.68, 5.70, 9.40 of the Kenmore Municipal Code. Clerk, please call the first person.
Thank you, Mayor Baker. We are going to take Mr. Pat O'Brien, followed by Randy Beneker. Let me go ahead and share my screen to start our time. Patrick O'Brien, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I just am very interested in this topic because I was one of two people that commented on the raising of the Black Lives Matter sign that hung on City Hall for some time. And I wrote to various council people about the legality of that. being that Black Lives Matter is a political party, or at least Black Lives Matter is a registered political party in various states in the United States. So I found it highly illegal that sign stood on our city hall for the amount of time it did, and that no redress was given to that issue in public or written statement by the city manager. And so I would like to see and make sure that signage that I believe many people on the city council might believe is a great thing. And I would like to make sure that it's a legal use and not an illegal use. And I hope this new ordinance addresses a process where the citizens can actually make a comment on the legality of signs that are posted on city property, especially schools, any city building, anything like that. And from my experience, the city got carried away with wanting to be part of the Me Too population that was destroying downtown Seattle a summer ago. And they fully participated by letting this signage hang, and not to be redundant, but that's not a good idea or fair use of the city property if you're going to promote. It seems to be hung up. Promote political or religious causes. And I believe there's a lot of things that could be construed as a religious or belief causes that the city fully permits. And I think the citizens need to address that. And the city is not a place to hang religious beliefs or political beliefs. So I thank you for your time, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Randy Banneker?
Thank you. Is my audio working?
Yes, I can hear you.
Mayor Baker, members of the Kenmore Council, thanks for the opportunity to comment on the sign code amendments this evening. I'm Randy Banneker. I'm here on behalf of the Seattle-King County Realtors, dialing in from Seattle tonight. We're commenting in support of the amendment package and wish to compliment staff for drafting a package that meets community objectives and is both understandable and practical, easy for our members to comply with. And perhaps most importantly, it complies with the requirements of Reed versus Gilbert. Our members place a high value on the opportunity to work with home buyers and sellers in the city of Kenmore. We consider it in our mutual interest to support the city's efforts to maintain a high quality of life Kenmore residents enjoy. We appreciate the allowance to post on premises temporary real estate signs that advertise homes for sale. These are the yardarm signs you'll see in front of a house that's for sale, rent, or lease. We also value the use of off-premises A-board signs that point you towards an open house. And these are typically posted for a 3-hour period on a Sunday afternoon that, again, advertise that open house. I'd just like to mention just a few top lines on why we care about real estate signage. Signs remain critical for buyers and sellers. We find that more than half of home buyers learn about the houses they buy through open houses. And in this way, it reduces, in a normal market, it reduces the time that house is on the market for sale, which is in the best interest of the seller, the city, and the buyer. Even with technology platforms where buyers may start their search for a house, technology has not rendered signage irrelevant. We find that people still want to drive a neighborhood and get that look and feel of the neighborhood. I think perhaps most importantly, signs play an important role in fair housing and anti-discrimination. Signs do not discriminate A real estate sign invites any person, regardless of race, creed, color, sex, or national origin, to locate and consider the purchase or rental of a property that's available. Real estate signs make it impossible for any real estate broker, landlord, owner, or organization to deny that the property is available, and hence make discrimination substantially impossible. I just note also that in Kenmore, not all addresses are easy to find. Signs during that open house sign can help people find their way to that open. And lastly, I'd mention that our organization has an internal mechanism for sign code compliance. When we are alerted by the city to code violations by our members, we reach out to that member and his or her designated broker to educate them about the specifics of the code and the need to comply. Thank you for your time tonight.
Mayor Baker, I see no additional hands raised.
Anybody else wishing to speak on ordinance number -21-0523 relating to signs? Seeing no one else come forward or hearing no one else come forward. The attorney, I have a question in regards to a comment made by Mr. O'Brien. The nature of the signs, is that for everyone, that no political, or does the city have special rules that it can follow? If it wants to hang a political sign or religious sign, is that okay?
Short answer, yes. The government or the city council has the ability to engage in what's called government speech, meaning the city council is entitled to authorize what positions the city council believes are in the best interest of the city. The seminal case on this issue comes out of the South when a city council decided to post the 10 Commandments, a sculpture of the 10 Commandments on the front steps of the City Hall. The Supreme Court deemed that to be constitutional because that was government speech. That was that city council speaking on behalf of the city and itself about what it held to be important from a cultural standpoint. So the concept of government speech supports the notion that the city council is authorized to speak on political issues. Religion is a bit of a gray area. Cognizant of that case I just spoke to, giving you sort of a very high level analysis, but we could talk about this for hours and hours. But punchline is yes, government speech is itself a form of free speech of a city body speaking on behalf of itself.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Yes, Councilmember Marshall.
I just want to make sure that when we move to adopt this, that we get the change recommended by Mr. Hampson on that error, however we state that.
All right. So the chair would entertain a motion adopting ordinance number 21-0523 relating to signs, amending chapters 1820, 1842, 16.68, 5.70, and 9.40 of the Kenmore Municipal Code with changes recommended by the Community Development Director, Mr. Brian Hampson. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion, questions? Hearing none, the clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Shrubnik?
Yes.
Councilmember File?
Yes.
Mayor Baker?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Kane?
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler? Councilmember Kugler, are you with us?
I believe she may have had an internet issue and was trying to reconnect on her phone.
Okay, we'll wait. Councilmember Marshall?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herbig?
Yes.
And Councilmember Kugler, are you with us?
Councilmember
I'm with
Kugler.
you. I've been having, can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you, Councilmember Kugler.
Okay.
We are in the middle of taking a vote
I'm gonna,
I'm sorry, we can't understand you, Councilmember Kugler. We're voting on the motion to approve the sign.
I abstain.
You abstained.
I abstain.
Okay, I heard that. The motion passes with 7 in favor and 1 abstaining. 6 in favor.
1 abstention, okay. Great. Next item on the agenda is ordinance number 21-0524, amending sections 1820.09298. Let's try this again. Ordinance number 21-0524, amending sections 18.20.098, 18.29.070, and chapter 18.40 of the municipal code to limit parking requirements for low-income, senior, disabled, and market rate housing located near high-quality transit service. Presented by Development Services Director, Mr. Brian Hampson.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember File.
We've been going since 6 o'clock. Is it possible we could take a quick break before we jump into this item?
Sure. Any objections to taking 5 minutes? I don't see any. So,
Thank you.
Mr. Hampson, you got 5 minutes to collect your thoughts there. All righty. Madam Clerk. All right, Kenmore City Council is back in session after a short recess. So, next item on agenda is ordinance number -21-0524, amending sections 18.20.098, 18.29.070, and chapter 18.40 of the municipal code to limit parking requirements for low-income, senior, disabled, and market-rate housing located near high-quality transit service. Mr. Hampson.
Thank you again, Mayor. And yes, this is for the parking changes made by the state law that passed in 2020. So really, this should be another cleanup, pretty simple cleanup item before you tonight. And really what it is, it's about limiting parking that's near high capacity transit for low income, market rate housing and senior and disabled units that are near. And so really what the changes have done, and I could let Dawn elaborate a little bit more. She helped me with the ordinance, but the changes added a new definition for level of affordability. So they have a new extremely low definition for affordability, which is under the 30%, or it's below the 30% median income. Then they went on to regulate how many parking spaces you can have with different types of housing. For example, for transit serving very low and extremely low income housing, you can only require 0.6 spaces per unit. It also regulated the amount of parking for market rate dwelling units that are within the transit area to 0.75 spaces per unit. And I think lastly, it went on to reduce the number or eliminate the number of parking for seniors and disabled within those areas. But yeah, Dawn was very extremely helpful with this ordinance. And I don't know if you had anything to add to that, Dawn, or?
I do, just very, very briefly. I think the critical part of the updates that are actually required in the Growth Management Act, you can find in Exhibit 1 to the ordinance. And specifically, it's the new subsection 18.40.055. That really has the guts of what the legislature required. Some of the contents that Brian already spoke about. Because what we're tying certain categories, if they're close to certain transit, within a certain amount of feet actually, then local governments, counties and cities are prohibited from requiring off-site parking. They actually, just to clarify, they actually allow up to 1 per unit. But then they allowed the local governments to reduce that maximum of 1 or not require any. The city had already existing in its transit-oriented district, the TOD, you already authorized for certain developments a reduction of offsite parking up to 0.6. And what I believe Mr. Hampson did was really make that consistent. So if you look at 055, your new limitation of parking is in fact consistent, and it says 0.6 per unit. So that's really what we did. We have the proposed changes. It's a state law requirement. So the city was or is required to adopt these changes. But I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any regarding the text in front of you.
Questions? Councilmember File.
Thank you. So the state said 1, down to one space, and the city of Kenmore had a prior ordinance that said 0.6, right? And you're saying 0.7 for seniors. I'm just put this really bluntly. I think we have to be very cautious and careful when we reduce the parking for our seniors and affordable housing, and have fewer spaces, fewer handicap spaces, because we are talking about our aged population with more likely to have mobility issues. It's not the same as a healthy young person or middle-aged person who can walk a block and a half down the street or a block over and up another street to go find their car, because there's no managed parking on site in a rental property, or at least not enough to handle what happens in suburbs. So I get that we want to reduce the number of cars on the road, but I have some concerns about this.
And if I may just address that, I do understand that, Councilmember File. I would note that there is a distinction. The legislature made two pots of categories, if you will. And in the category of seniors and disabled persons, they actually didn't allow, they prohibited a maximum. So you'll see that in the 055 section. So, and the Department of Commerce concurred with that interpretation that local governments can't require per unit for those housing developments that are within a X amount of feet. So if you look in the context of the ordinance, you will actually see that we identify as 1,320 feet. So it's not the whole city. It's really a focused area of a category that if they're close enough to that transit, we cannot, that's a state requirement. The other category where you could require is the low income and the market rate. So I understand and I hear your concerns, but with regard to seniors, we actually are prohibited by the state from a requirement.
I'd like to also add, Don, that even though we, in some cases, may not be requiring any parking for the seniors or the disabled, there probably more than likely will be parking provided for the staff or the visitors. And that's those parking, you have to start off with the accessible parking first. And so if you have, 4 parking stalls, you're going to have to provide accessible parking for the building in some way or another.
Correct. Excellent point. I omitted the staff. There's no restriction on staff or potentially people visitors. And there's still flexibility within the proposed amendments that the city can perform studies that demonstrate a need if certain circumstances are met. So there is a little flexibility. Thank you for bringing that up.
Deputy Mayor.
So what this is doing is getting rid of the minimums for these sites. Is it also adding a maximum? If a developer wanted to add parking, are we prohibiting that?
So actually, thank you. A very good clarification. The language of the statute, they should have used a different word. What they should have said is maximum equals this. So you are actually setting maximums, not minimums.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Well, now I'm more confused, but anyway, I have to say I think I'm concurring and maybe extending on what Councilmember File was saying. I had taken some notes to myself on this. It seems like the folks who the lowest income and disabled and senior folks are getting the least allowance for parking when they are more likely to need it than others, given the types of work and the hours that don't align with transit very often. And similarly, the market rate, along these same lines, the market rate are getting a higher threshold for transit, 4 times an hour versus 2 times an hour for very low income. It seems, I'm guessing the reason for this state law is to encourage the more challenging development for very low income, so that the reduced parking requirement makes it easier for them to develop that. But it seems a bit backwards, and I understand it's a state requirement, we have to comply, but I don't know, it seems backwards.
And Mr. Mayor, let me make sure and clarify, and I think it may have been lost in transition. Mr. Hanson did mention this, and I briefly did too. While this is a state requirement for maximum, remember the 0.6 is not. You can go up to a max of 1 unit per unit for the market rate and for the low income category. But there was a staff determination that because the city had already adopted a 0.6 requirement in the TOD, that should be consistent. You as a council could determine, well, we don't want to do that. We will go up to the 1 that the legislature authorized. So I want to make sure that you understood that distinction. You're not required to do the 0.6. But you are maxed out at the 1.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. And I concur with Councilmember Shrubnik. I don't want to see the furthering of socioeconomic disparities. And really, we're looking at haves and have-nots. If you can afford market rate, great. If you can't, well, got to give up your car. I don't think so. How I'm processing this. And I'm also thinking, would I want to treat my parents this way? I don't think so. We cannot keep pushing cars out onto our street. It doesn't work. We're not a downtown Seattle, but we are a suburb. And yes, we do want to see some improvement in the reduced number of cars per household. I'm not thrilled with this plan. I'd rather see a 1 than a 0.6, in my opinion.
Councilmember O'Kane.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for clarification, this is within 1,000 feet of a high capacity transit area. Is that correct that we're talking about?
Approximately, it's 1,320 feet.
Pretty close. And so it's pretty limited. And one of the reasons that we have high capacity, or why we want these sorts of buildings built in Kenmore, is to get people on the bus and using them. We're also a city community, I'm going to be asking a question here, I think, that is trying to create a more walkable city and a more people-oriented place where people can walk. When we choose to put parking over people, we lose that space. So I recognize the concerns about equity, but I also recognize that often people who don't have cars are those that are going to live closer to this sort of place as well. So, not everyone has cars. We do have to make big decisions as we are looking at climate. I'm comfortable with 0.6 and 1, and what is in the ordinance. But I recognize the concerns that you've raised. I think they are important to consider, but I feel comfortable with the ordinance as it's written.
I'd like to also mention the cost of parking. And similar to the TOD requirements, the reduction in the parking is an incentive to provide that affordable unit. And so it's kind of a subsidy, if you will, for those developers who are trying to make the projects pencil out.
Any other comments, questions, Deputy Mayor?
Kind of actually expanding off what Mr. Hampson just said, forcing a developer to build parking in a way is also forcing everybody who doesn't own a car in the development to subsidize all the folks who do own a car in the development. If you're talking structured parking, you're talking somewhere between $40,000 and $100,000 per space. When we're trying to address affordable housing and senior housing, that's a substantial cost to be adding to these developments. So I tend to side with Councilmember O'Kane on keeping things where we currently have it.
Any other questions? Seeing none, the chair will entertain a motion to adopt ordinance number 21 dash.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I believe we need to open the public.
Oh, that's right. We need to open the public hearing.
Thank you.
So we'll now declare the public hearing open for ordinance number 21-0524, amending sections 18.20.098, 1829.070, and chapter 1840 of the municipal code to limit parking requirements for low-income senior, disabled, and market rate housing located near high-quality transit service. Will the clerk please call the first person?
Mayor Baker, I do not see any hands raised.
Anybody wishing to be heard on ordinance number 21-0524, amending sections 18.20.098, 1829.070, and chapter 1840 of the municipal code to limit parking requirements for low income, senior, disabled, and market rate housing located near high quality transit service.
Thank you, Mayor Baker. I see Finley, possibly Phyllis Finley, raised her hand. Ms. Finley, can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Yeah, thank you. Hey, good evening. I'm Phyllis Finley Kenmore. I'm developing my thoughts as I'm listening to your discussion, so I haven't had a chance to really write anything down. But I want to concur with Congressperson Files' comments, and I'm wondering if any of you actually live with someone who's disabled. I'm thinking about someone who is disabled, doesn't have a place to park their car close, but they're on a transit line. Great. They want to go to QFC half a mile away. How are they going to get there? When you don't provide a parking place for a person who's disabled, who is mobile but challenged, you basically relegate them to be homebound. And I think sometimes when we think of disabled people, we think of someone in a wheelchair who's paralyzed from the neck down, and we forget that there are people who are disabled who maybe are mobility challenged. And being on a bus route doesn't really help to do those things around their community that they would like to be able to do independently. And when you talk about a pedestrian-friendly environment, for someone who is mobility challenged, they might not be able to walk around their community, but they could very easily drive around their community. But without having a car close, again, you're relegating them to not be able to be a participant in their community at all. And we tend to think of the the transit option for people who maybe are going downtown to work or going further distances. But I'd like you to consider that for some people, for some disabled people to be active members of their community, they need to have a car close by, not as a luxury, but as a necessity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Finley. Stacey Valenzuela.
Hi, I just kind of think that this is discrimination. It's discrimination against disabled and lower income people, as well as seniors. And I think that the city should actually fight this with the Growth Management Board. This is just a little too tight in regards to them dictating how many slots you can have in the transit area. Whereas if a person can't afford to live anywhere else, they might have to live in that area. But blatantly, discrimination comes to the top, especially when the city right now is having a survey of trying to make ADA comfortable city as well as walkable city. So how do you do an ADA city when you're limiting a person of disability and age can't even have a car? So I really would appreciate, especially since a lot of our residents are seniors and are disabled, that you fight this with the Growth Management Board and legislation. If we had known that this was in the legislature, I definitely would have gone and testified against this. Our residents deserve better, and the city does know that. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no additional hands.
Anybody else wishing to be heard on ordinance number 21-0524? Anybody else wishing to be heard? Seeing no one else come forward or hearing no one else come forward, I'll declare the public hearing closed. Chair will now entertain a motion to adopt ordinance number 21-0524, amending sections 18.20.098, 18.29.070, and chapter 18.40 of the municipal code to limit parking requirements for low income, senior, disabled, and market rate housing located near high quality transit service.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, point of information.
What information do you need to make the vote?
Did this policy get a DEI review?
Mr. City Manager.
I don't know the answer to that. That's a good question.
So.
Then I have a second question. If our city manager does not know this and he's in charge of city operations, does Mr. Brian Hampson know if this policy received a diversity, equity, inclusion review?
It did not, no.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to move to return this policy back to where it came for a good DEI review before it comes back to us.
Is that a motion?
Yes, it is my motion.
I will second that. Any further discussion? Okay, the motion is to return this to whence it came for DEI review. Councilmember Marshall.
Are we, for either city manager or Mr. Hampson, are we under any kind of timeline to pass this?
Don, what's your take on it? It depends on if we get a development that comes in, we still would probably need to adhere to the state law.
Correct. It was that's correct. I'm not going to give arguments in public, but I believe the legislature did tie a end of July or end of June deadline for cities and counties to enact the parking requirements. So we're kind of hitting up to a legislative deadline.
Councilmember O'Kane.
Councilmember Shrednick's had her hand raised. I'm happy to go after her.
She's already had opportunities to speak. You haven't on this, so I'm giving you the opportunity.
Thank you. Given what our city attorney has shared with us, what if we were to have the motion just be in alignment with what the state has passed?
Well, you certainly can do that. Right now, we have a motion on the table with a second to return this for DEI review and consideration. And that's the motion, proper motion on the table right now. Deputy Mayor.
I know we're working to set up our DEI foundation and framework right now. Do we even have a way to go forward with this right now as Councilmember Fowle is proposing? Because we're still kind of in the process of building all that up.
City Attorney?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I just quickly wanted to look up the statute. I hadn't looked at it since I drafted this this code amendment. So what the state requirement says is that the minimum residential parking requirements for these specific housing units constructed after July 1st, 2019 are subject to the following. And then it gives the maximum that we've had our discussion on. My point was, I thought I recall that giving a mandatory adoption date. Instead, I think what Mr. Hampson said is more accurate, which is if you get a application in the door, then the state law would apply, as opposed to some deadline that you act. So you may have a little bit more time than July 1st, 2019. It's already on the books, but I think there's a lot of questions created if you don't adopt 0.6, 0.75 or 1.0. If you still need to make those decisions so that you don't have to defer to state law, that you can create your own policy decisions.
Mr. City Manager?
Yeah.
Were you going to say something?
No,
okay.
Well, part of this DEI process is we'll develop our own equity toolkit that will help us look at things like this. In the meantime, we could borrow a toolkit and use that one.
Okay. Councilmember Fowle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank our fellow council members. I just want to say that we did hire a really capable and able DEI specialist who is highly reputable, and there are several diversity and equity toolkits. I would feel more comfortable seeing this come back with a DEI review. I think that it should have had a review before it came to us in the first place.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
So this relates to the motion on the table, which is the DEI review. I mean, it certainly needs that. We don't have that in place. And I believe we are going to need to have an ordinance in place, given what I'm hearing. So this is a question for City Attorney. Can we do what Councilmember O'Kane was suggesting, which is my thought too? Can we bring ourselves into compliance with the state by just saying the 1.0, and then we revisit that with an actual DEI lens when we get that lens figured out? Because we're going to want to address multiple policies, not just this one. So I'd hate to have this one have like a cursory review when we really wanted to have a thorough review.
Yes, understood. Let me take a little bit of time to answer that question. So yes, you can, as a council, determine to raise for the one category, that group of category. Again, you have the low income or extremely low income is now at 0.6. So you could raise that or amend the text that's proposed to 1.
There you go.
And then a subcategory is market rate. You could require that to stay at 0.75 that's proposed, or you could also raise that. So that's where your flexibility is. It's in that category. The state does not allow you, local cities or counties to provide a maximum of, 1.04 senior development, senior housing, or persons with disability. They have actually taken them out of that ability. We are not allowed to provide for a maximum or a minimum for them. And that's the proposed text in front of you.
Wow, I'm very confused. Sorry. Maybe
and I understand this was a very difficult thing to draft and to better understand. But again,
can we pass something that says 1.0 for all three categories?
You cannot.
We cannot, because the state is requiring what?
Okay, so there's 4 categories.
Okay.
So I'm gonna start with the easiest, which is the no parking allowed, no maximums allowed. Those are 2 categories out of the 4. Under state law, you cannot impose the 1.0 for senior housing units or for disabled persons or persons with disabilities housing units. So you cannot do 1.0 for that. Conversely,
what can you do?
Yeah, thank you.
You cannot. Okay, so I'm going to go back to your ordinance. So the proposed language, if you go to point 005, which I had mentioned before, which was the guts of the statute, specifically when it talks about subsection C, it says, and I'm just going to read it. It talks about transit serving multifamily housing for seniors or people with disabilities. And this is straight from the statute. For multifamily developments, specifically for housing seniors or people with disabilities that are located within 1/4 mile, we added the feet, to be clear, 1,320 feet, as measured linearly along streets or other pedestrian pathways, we added that. This is state law. Of a transit stop that receives transit service at least 4 times per hour for 12 or more hours per day, there shall be no minimum residential parking requirements for the residents of such dwelling units. So again, housing for seniors or persons with disabilities, there shall be no minimum parking requirements. Understand that is, you have to identify a transit that makes that many stops. So I don't even know if that would be applicable with your transit service, understanding Metro nowadays. So it's within 1/4 mile of a new proposed development that has at least 4 times per hour for 12 or more hours per day.
And Soundtrack will have 6 stops per hour.
Right.
And this says at least 4 times per hour for 12 or more hours per day.
And they will have at least 6 times per hour for 12 or more hours.
Yeah, we'll meet
they
that.
They meet that requirement. So we can't even require
within 1/4 mile of those stops. That is correct.
We're precluded,
correct,
from having a parking minimum, period, for those groups if they're within that distance, that short distance, that 1/4 mile of transit. And we don't have a choice in that. That is the state.
Correct.
Okay,
that
so we have to pass that part, which
correct.
Pardon my French. That's stunning to me.
Yeah, me too.
And is there anything else that we have to do on this for the other categories?
Yes. So going to the other categories, you would put either you have the discretion to go up to 1 for the low income or extremely low income category. It's right now proposed as 0.6 for consistency, but you have the ability to amend that. Or for the market rate. Right now, the proposed market rate parking per unit is 0.75, but you can put that up to 1 also, but only up to 1.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And I will just make one other point. One of the things that we have heard from residents over and over and over again is the developments in our downtown have not had sufficient parking, and you see that all over the roads. It's very clear to me that that is the case. And when I look at the parking calculators that King County puts out, we're 0.6 is well under what it should be for our type of suburban environment, even with decent transit. So I would have to say at least 0.8 or 1 for those categories.
And again, this is just for consistency. This is what we currently have in our TOD area. We are looking at expanding the TOD area pretty much to all of downtown. And to have these different inconsistencies as you get, 10 or 15 feet away from each other, it's really confusing, especially for developers. And so that was really what the purpose was when putting those equal to each other. Had one more train of thought, but I forgot it.
Yeah, I understand the consistency argument. I'm just stating my position. And yeah. I also disagree with what we've done with the TOD on parking.
Councilmember O'Kane.
I'm just going to state it's important for us to recognize the decisions we made regarding the TOD. And I do consider these properties to be similar. I also think it's important to recognize that this decision by the state has been pretty heavily vetted. I can only imagine. We do need to be aware of parking and what we're doing in our future. Recognize the concerns. Often, and I'm treading on thin ice here with what I want to say. Sometimes there's a perception and there's a reality. So in that sense, I think it's probably worthwhile for us to do an equity, diversity, and inclusion review after we get through this today. But we do need to be paying attention to how we are using our land and the purpose of our high transit districts. We have given great consideration to this. Our city has worked very hard on it, and we are a leader. It's actually, we are a leader in this area. And so I am comfortable with the ordinance as it's been presented. I know we have the EDI review as the motion on the table, but I personally think we need to recognize the good work we've done to get to this place and be leaders in the region in transit-oriented districts and those that are similar, in proximity of those. So I just think it's really important that we pay attention to this because our city, yes, there's going to be more density, but we also need to be looking at creating a more walkable, people-friendly place that's attractive. And we, although maybe in apartment buildings and that sort of thing in a suburban area, we may be lower on the parking threshold, but I look around our city and there's too much parking. And when we put too much intention on important building developments for low-income housing and others, we need space for people, not cars. And I know and cars are expensive, parking's expensive. Landlords can charge for parking and will. We also have the cost of gas. I don't know if anyone's paid attention to how expensive it is to fill a tank, but it's gotten quite expensive for me and my kids or my daughter. So, when we look at the mix of this is a small area. It's in alignment with work we've already done. I support the ordinance as is, but I highly respect the concerns that have been brought forward. And I wanted to just share that. Thank you.
Councilmember File.
Thank you, Mayor Baker. I really appreciate everyone's input. I think it's really important that we are thoughtful with our community and our ABD community. It seems to me this recommendation seems very connected to have and have nots. If you have, good for you, lucky you, you get a parking spot if you happen to have a car. If you are aging and your income becomes thinner, you're retired, you're living off a retired income, life is different. I don't think we can quantify the difference of persons living in homes or persons living in condos, townhouses or apartments, low-income apartments. Everyone deserves housing. And the impactors to people's lives matter. So when our community is walking through the community and you have cars lined to nearly every curb, when you step off that curb, it's hard to see someone who's 4'6". That's about an average height of a sixth grader. But imagine what that's like if you are a senior in our community with less mobility, the ability to get around and get to the things you need to survive and live meaningfully and a happy, healthy lifestyle. It's going to be harder. I'm not ready to crowd our streets more. I'm not ready to put greater differences and divides in our community. I'm not ready to do that to our community. I certainly appreciate the proposal that Councilmember Srebnick put forward, and I just am not comfortable with the 0.6, and I'm not comfortable with what the legislator did to seniors. I'm appalled. But that being said, we have to move forward. So if somebody has a happy medium recommendation or meeting in the middle, I would be happy to see an alternate proposal.
I guess I don't understand how we can tell a disabled senior, too bad. We don't need any more cars here. You can't go to the market on your own anymore. You're going to have to find another way. I mean, that to me is just wrong. Deputy Mayor.
I didn't want to interrupt anybody, but we have gotten far afield from the motion at hand. We've been debating the underlying bill. We have a motion on the table.
Yes, we do.
It'd be nice if we move forward with that.
All right, so the motion on the table is to send this back for DEI to look at. That is the motion on the table. If there's no further discussion, yes, Deputy Mayor.
So now that we're actually discussing the motion, I understand and I agree with where Councilmember File is coming from. The problem is we don't have a framework put together, and we came into this meeting without having a framework of approaching this. So I think it's worth giving it a pass, but I don't know what that looks like. I'm not sure what's being proposed exactly. It's a very broad thing to say we need to look at it with a DEI lens when we don't have our framework in place. So I don't know exactly what's being asked. That's my confusion right now. It's a very broad ask. It's non-specific. And we're in the middle of trying to figure out what that looks like for future ordinances. But right now I'm a little, frankly, confused as to what exactly we're asking. And I'd be interested to hear what staff proposes.
Or can we get clarification from Councilmember File? What is it exactly you're asking for?
I don't think this is a healthy, equitable policy. By the looks of it and the feel of it, it divides our community by haves and have-nots. It furthers those disparities. It's going to congest our roads more than we have now. We are telling our seniors.
Point of order. I'm sorry.
I was asked to give clarification.
But I'm sorry, you're not discussing the question that was asked. You're arguing on the point on the larger ordinance. I'm asking what will the framework, what are we actually asking for by saying we want it to be run through a DI lens? That's what I'm trying to get to the bottom of so I can figure out how I want to vote on this, because that hasn't been clear.
Thank you.
I certainly understand your point. So can you please be direct? What do you want exactly for staff to look at?
I think a healthier medium. I think what we need to look at is if we need to create a alternate pathway, like Councilmember Deborah Srebnick is recommending, 0.8 or 1. I think that makes a little bit more sense that way too. But I also want to make sure that we're looking at this through the lens of equity and differences. How are we how by passing this ordinance as it is suggested, is that equitable for our community? Is it going to create more disparities? Is it going to worsen a person's outcomes or quality of life? Those are kinds of questions that would be answered in a diversity and equity review.
So I don't want to put words in your mouth, Councilmember File, but I did second the motion. And how would having our consultant, who is very familiar with this, looking at this and giving us her response in a DEI lens?
Well, you'd rule out those areas of greater divide. Right now, this is a design to reduce the amount of cars on the road, right? And also around cars around a building in our TOD and around affordable housing. It's deeper than what the state requires. Is it as necessarily? No. So I believe that if there was a good review, we could identify if we are worsening outcomes or improving outcomes.
And I see the Deputy Mayor's point. And we don't have the mechanism in place to do that. Councilmember O'Kane.
Oh, Councilmember Marshall had his hand raised before me.
I was just going to say, I was interested in what city manager had to say.
Yeah, so
Oh, yeah.
City manager.
So Vernell Miller actually pointed me to an equity toolkit last year, and it's one produced by the school district. And so I actually did use that toolkit when we were doing the financial sustainability plan, and it was a useful and helpful guide. And so I could use that same toolkit for this. And it has a series of questions that it walks you through that makes sure you're, thinking about how it affects different people differently and all that stuff. So if you'd like, I could use the school district's equity toolkit like I did with the financial sustainability plan.
If we did do that, would we only be allowed to look at those two products that have flexibility? So would we not be able to look at the seniors or the disabled?
Because state law is fixed on it, is that why?
Yeah, it's a state law.
So you can, you can of course get the impacts that a state law is requiring to be consistent. But I wanted to also, I think something that Mr. Hampson mentioned also bears repeating. For the senior housing and for the housing for persons with disabilities, while a city can't require minimum parking, again, for a unit, they can require parking requirements for staff and visitors. And you have a little bit of flexibility where if a city can establish you guys can establish a requirement for a provision for one or more parking spaces per bedroom. And this is again for senior or for persons with disability. If the jurisdiction has determined a particular housing unit to be in an area with a lack of access to street parking, capacity, physical space impediments, or other reasons supported by evidence. That language is in the proposed ordinance. I just want to make sure that, again, Mr. Hampson mentioned that, but there's a little bit of flexibility for the no minimum category.
Councilmember O'Kane.
I think I have a question for our city manager. And first, I guess my first question, Mr. City Manager, is how long do you think it would take to perform this equity toolkit review for this? And because it does seem reasonable to go through that. There's a part of me, since the state law is in place, that we're bound to it, whether or not we make any motion tonight. There was a part of me that was almost going to offer an amendment that we pass something today and then do the review. But it feels like we're in a space where the review first may make the most sense based on the time given this evening.
I'm looking at Dawn and Brian, but probably a couple of weeks, given schedules and things like that.
Well, even if it took a couple of weeks to do, it would be probably months before we could ever get it back to council. You know, I'm still in trying to start the tree ordinance, and I was going to do that on the heels of this. And of course, we know we have another big developer application that we're processing. So maybe end of the year, beginning of the next 2022.
All right. So there's a motion in front of us to take this back and look at it through a DEI lens. There's no further discussion on the motion. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Deputy Mayor Herbig?
Yes.
Councilmember File?
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall?
Yes.
Mayor Baker?
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Kane?
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. So take it back and look at it through a DEI lens. Passes. Next item on the agenda is staff report.
Hey, just a staff report of gratitude. I like how the three legs of the stool are working really well tonight. The community, the city council, and staff. We did a lot of great work tonight, and I'm just really pleased to be part of this organization. I've got great council, awesome coworkers, and an engaged community. So it's a great city to be working for. That's all I got.
All right, council member reports and comments. Councilmember O'Kane.
I have a couple items. First, I want to echo our city manager, and I do want to give an official welcome to two of our newer staff that I haven't had a chance to yet. First to Leonora Polania, our new Human Resources Manager. Thank you for your leadership and bringing us ahead on our equity, diversity, and inclusion plan, and bringing on Shannon Kelly Ray. I'm really excited about the work that you're doing. I also want to thank our assistant city manager for the use of our ARPA funds, Stephanie Lukash, for the outstanding presentation and the spirit with it, which you brought it to us today. It was very inspired, and I'm really looking forward to the work that we as a city get to do with these funds. It's pretty exciting stuff. On another note, and this is also echoing our city manager and our council that we regularly say, but to our community, your voice matters. And with this in mind, I'm making a motion along with Deputy Mayor Herbig related to, I'll just share where it comes from. I want to thank Vicki Grayland for bringing this to council very regularly and with such clarity that last week I thought, there's something we can do here. What's going on? We're in the middle of climate change. What's else going on? Kenmore's getting hotter. We also have an asphalt plant, and we're really up for, I hate to say it, but we're going to have smoke here. It'd be a shock if we don't get it this summer. And we need to get ahead of it for the health and safety of our community. So the motion that I would like to make this evening is to have the city write Governor Inslee requesting an executive order halting asphalt production during very unhealthy and hazardous air quality status.
And I'd second that.
Moved and seconded. Okay, that means we bring it back for a future agenda. All right.
May I, and I hate to do this, and if this is urgent, and I'm concerned that we're not going to get this letter to our governor in time, is it possible for us to, what's that called, make an exception and vote on it this evening?
Madam Clerk, what do the rules say? I was under the impression it's 2 to bring it back to a future agenda item. I'm not aware of any.
I believe it's consensus to bring it back to an agenda item.
Yeah.
Point of information.
What do you need to make a decision here? There's no decision really.
This is a letter request. We don't typically have a topic about a letter request to come back to us to preview the letter request. I say let Deputy Mayor Nigel Herbeck and Councilmember Melanie O'Kane draft this letter, and
it came forward as a motion with a second, and that's what I'm acting on.
It's a letter,
right? But it came
not
through as a motion with a second.
Heavy topic.
City Clerk, is there any provision?
Mayor Baker, generally speaking, I believe that this is within the bounds to make a motion. This is this isn't a request to revisit this for a discussion at a later date. However, if the motion did receive a second, however, I would like the motion to be repeated.
I would like to make a motion, if at all possible for voting tonight, that the city write a letter to Governor Inslee requesting an executive order to halt the production of asphalt during very unhealthy and hazardous air conditions.
Deputy Mayor, you are on the committee that formed the rules.
I don't know. Sorry, I haven't looked at them in a while.
Move to suspend.
Seconded.
There we go.
Okay. So, Mr. City Manager, can you cause that letter to be drafted and sent?
Yes.
Great. Anything else? Councilmember O'Kane.
Nothing else this evening. Thank you.
Councilmember Marshall.
For a future discussion, for sure, if we get there, I feel very strongly about air quality also, and my particular concern is with the portable backyard burners, like the things that you get at Home Depot or something that have become, almost de rigueur in our backyards.
Barbecue
I will say at the last, what's that?
Is barbecue pits? Is that
The
what
barbecue pits from Lowe's and all that stuff.
Okay, gotcha.
Those little guys, we didn't used to have them at all, and now they're huge. But I got to say that during this last heat wave, I did not notice. I think people were pretty good about trying to adhere to it, so I didn't notice it. But something to think about for the future, I think, if air quality continues to go down, we've got to look at smoke and backyard burning regulations. Although, again, I got to admit, it was not bad to me during this last heat wave as far as the backyard barbecue stuff. But on the topic I was going to hit, which is I had the great privilege this weekend of boating down the slough, the river, and appreciating how beautiful it is. And I know that everybody on this council is going to strive to make the Tlachwatis plan a balance, a wonderful balance of access so that people can get out and enjoy it, tempered with restoration of the native habitat, preservation of that native habitat, of that education for the natural environment and improving it. It's so important, and our community comments have been so important on that. And that same boat ride, powerboat, got me under the bridge as that's being worked on, and that also struck me as just an amazing undertaking, and I certainly hope that we're charging forward with our October date. It's an amazing undertaking. And then finally went actually downtown Seattle this last weekend for our anniversary, and I was shocked at the wealth. It blew my mind. There's a menu at this restaurant that I encountered first time I ever seen in my life, a menu for dogs. There was rice and salmon, $7 for your dog. I love dogs. I've only had 2 in my life. The first dog never made it to this. I think this is an age of dogs right now, but it nevertheless speaks to like a wild wealth and privilege. And so that makes me at least excited that we've got this $4 million or so that we're looking at. We're going to ask the community how we can use this to benefit and try to set things right, and maybe look at things with equity so we can counter this crazy wealth and extravagance we got going on. Thank you.
Councilmember Kugler.
I don't have any specific updates or comments tonight. I think we covered a lot. Thank you.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
I just want to echo the appreciation to our community for speaking up. I agree, their voices are important, they're critical. And I'm really glad that we are continuing to pursue ped bike safety, and that we're accelerating our work on the tree ordinance and climate work. This is what we're hearing, and it's key. So I appreciate all the efforts in that direction.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone for another great meeting tonight. As always, our staff prepares all of our materials in a beautiful fashion, and present everything so well each week. I want to thank our community, and I was really looking forward to a update on ped bike and safe routes near schools. I thought we were going to have that this week. I believe we received a promise of that last week. And I do look forward to hearing an update on an earlier request a couple weeks back about gaining some clarification from Department of Ecology and the direction of Washington State Superior Court with regards to an area in Kenmore and a property owner. That being said, thank you very much, and I wish you all a good evening.
Deputy Mayor.
Not a whole lot to add. I went to a presentation today that SCA was putting on about King County Council redistricting. Councilmember File was there. I frankly don't think that we have a whole lot to worry about. It looks we're right in the middle of our district, and B, our district isn't going to have to change that much. So I think we're probably going to stick with the same general district by and large. But it was an interesting presentation. That's all.
All right.
Mayor Baker, I'm sorry to do this. As your clerk, I need to ask a clarifying question, and I hope that the city attorney will assist. My notes show that we still have motions on the table, and I don't have clarity about what the motion is. I had a motion from Councilmember Marshall to suspend. Suspend what? Suspend a motion or
the
rules?
Okay,
suspend the rules. I received a second from Councilmember File. If I remember correctly, we need 2/3. We need a 2/3 vote in order for that to be upheld. So five council members need to vote in favor of that.
And I believe we had more than 5, but let's go ahead and see how many thumbs go up.
Okay.
So we had 7.
Council member, okay. I see the visual cue.
And what's the other one?
We got a second on the motion, still no vote and no final resolution. And the motion was to have the city write a letter to Governor Inslee requesting an executive order to halt the production of asphalt during hazardous conditions.
And the city manager said that he could do that.
But there was no actual vote on the motion.
Okay, so again, thumbs up, and there's 7 of them.
One minor edit is unhealthy, very unhealthy, and hazardous. So it's 2, the top 2 most hazardous.
Okay. unhealthy and very unhealthy and hazardous conditions.
Yeah, very unhealthy and hazardous, just two. Sorry about that. There's.
You gotta be careful because you could leave them away out there.
I know.
And you just want hazardous, but you can have it however you want it.
Okay, and so, I'm sorry, I need to see those thumbs one more time. Thank you very much. Both motions pass unanimously.
All right. Special meeting, August 2nd. Start time is 5 o'clock. And if there's no further business to come before us, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Good night.
Good evening, everyone.
Good night.